will be very much appreciated, right? It will be very much appreciated. So what I was saying is, yesterday I could not get, the opportunity, to come, because of a prior engagement. I thought that I would run, my errands and then come back home on time to do the space, but I couldn't. So folks were saying, Uncle, you really need to open the space because we need to react, to this, etc., etc. But anyway, the space is open. I've opened, the space, this afternoon, early this afternoon. Bearing in mind that I might have to go away, later on. So this is why I'm starting it early, like this. So the issue at play here is to those, who are not familiar as to why, we got here. It's as a result of the exposés that were done in the previous, in the past, few days pertaining to the scandal, the vote, the land for votes scandal to get Emmerson Mnangagwa achieve his 2030 agenda. So there were names of opposition MPs that were invited to a meeting in Marlborough where they were going to be allocated land, and this land was being allocated as reward or as bribery to get them to vote for Emmerson Mnangagwa if an impeachment motion is moved in Parliament. So we also spoke about, what happened, when Parliament was sent for recess early on a Tuesday. I know it's the time of the year that they go on the recess, but the way it was done this time around, the first day was all the 3 days. But I know anything, can happen, with Parliament. But it's being argued that the manner with which the recess issue was handled this time around, it was as a result, it was not proper according to MPs, that have been there, before. They say that, this is not proper. We've not seen anything, like this, etc. But anyway, that is not, the crux of the matter. What then, transpired was with these names, Bridget Nandoro is one of the people that were named as the recipient of this land, right? So Bridget Nandoro and a few others were named as the people that went kubi kumeborin kunotora ngmunda. And then there was a lot, that was said. Again, there are other MPs that were responding, to that issue. But I think it did not sit well with the Bridget. And this led to Bridget writing a letter to Hopewell. And in that letter, what I said was, I just said, oh, this is a lot here. I think, she needs to substantiate. Right. And this one, sound. Are you guys, hearing me? Can you indicate, guys, with emojis whether you can can you put 100 or them hearts if you can hear me, if my sound is good? Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate. Thank you very much. Or somebody send me a message saying with Andy's or sound, it's not good. Right. So with that issue, she then wrote that letter, right? And when she wrote, that letter, she posted the letter on Facebook, and I copied the letter and I pasted, here on X, and this is what I said pertaining to the letter. Oh, dear Bridget Angelo comes out swinging. She needs to substantiate her claims, otherwise there's some bitterness in her typing. Right. So I got a lot of flack for that statement that I put. If people said, oh, so if it is about the opposition, you want to defend them, even though there's no evidence that is saying that, oh, why is it if it is opposition you are saying we need evidence, but if it is ZANU PF you come out swinging and you say you don't care about whether there's evidence or not. So you are kind of biased. And I was like, no, I'm not biased. I'm just, when I post about, ZANU PF, you push back at me and you say, where is the evidence? Right? I've posted about, the opposition, and I was like, okay, we might need evidence to substantiate, this. All of a sudden, I'm wrong. All of a sudden, I'm a problem. All of a sudden, I am, I am, I am, I am. Saka inini, I mean, inini, I've got no sacred cows. That is, the thing. I post what I want to post. I can say what I want to say. It does not matter who it is. What it is there. I mean, what if something is out there in the public domain? I'll run with it, right? So I'm running with something that is in the public domain. So anyway, besides that, yeah, of course, because the letter is loaded, right? Dear Nkoma Wopo, I see you have been given my name several times by political enemies whom I have not hurt in any way. I know why people in the so-called opposition hate me. It's because of my battles with Chamisa's young brother. For them, the Chamisas are supposed to be untouchables, yet they are the most corrupt people in opposition politics. Joanna Mamombe and Denford Ngadziore are busy tweeting as if they stand for the people. Did they tell you how many wetlands they've allocated themselves? Have they told you how many of their family members have they corruptly employed in Harare City Council? I did not see Joanna Mamombe quizzing the Honorable Minister of Finance in the 9th Parliament when she silently collected 40K. And did they tell you all MPs were instructed by the then organ could abise a certain amount to appease Mudzimu Yemukuru? As far as I'm concerned, Mkoma Wopo, I have not stolen anything. I have not received any land for any bribe whatsoever. This process started at 8 a.m. and not 8 p.m. and decided in broad daylight. My only crime is bursting and speaking the abuse I endured in the 9-year-old Mujolo with Nelson's brag. To all Zimbabweans, varikuiswa Bluetooth yekunditukira official stand yandakapiwa, not Kuba. I feel sorry for you. You think there is opposition in this country. The people you think are one day going to rescue you from any societal economic troubles are more corrupt than ZANU PF. Yavanotua maskati maneri voenda kuma drinks imbavha dzega dzega idzi. Tsvagai mabasa muchengete mhuri dzenyu, because vanhu vamakatemba marukazi havanei nemi vari kutoita zvelife yavo. Vese vamunoona vachinyepera kuvhundutsa maminista nemubvunzo yefake patv on Wednesday, makamera achingobviswa vanotanga kunogwadama to the same ministers asking for favors. Chavari kungoita kushayawo mukana wepekutorawo. Iyo stand yamuri kunditukira iya vari kutoinetserawo kuti koyavo allocation ichaitwa rini. I can send screenshots and send you chaita kuti vakupei zita rangu. Inyaya yekuti vaona kunge vasara, but they will also be allocated. And ndoda kuona kuti kana vazopiwa vachadzoka vachikuudza here kuti nesuwo takazopiwa. So that was, the letter that she did, send. And then she followed that up after Denford had, replied, calling a deranged woman, one that needs psychiatric evaluation, etc. She then said, Councillor Denford Ngadzori, stop harassing me. When did you become a doctor to diagnose my sickness? Munhu anoita basa rekutenga ma-certificates echikoro. Tanhadza unosvikira imbonyora O-level first. You are busy curing your sexual appetite uchishandisa council resources. Muwetland mauri kuvakira second wife yako Diana kumadokero uko. Hausi kuziva kuti iwetland. Moda kunyepera kumirira vanhu imi muri number 1 looters in Harare City Council. Unoiwana ipi mari yekuvaka dzimba 3 at one go. Iwe uchiwana allowance ye $75. Right. So, that was what she did, put out there. And as a result of that, she was, people started to question the CISP selection process that was used when these MPs were then selected. People started to having a go at her, calling her names, calling her the H word and stuff like that because of what she had said. Right. And then others were like, you see, this is right here an example. Yekuti kana chiri kwa sugar. Andito kana chiri kwe vamwe. Aiwa munofara asi kana chinge chakwenyu. Maakuti izvo ningi kwangu akudiki. Sorry about that. And people were saying, this right here shows kuti you don't hold my MPs with the same measure, with the same stick. Kuzanu PF, you have a go at them for your corruption, but when it comes to my opposition, you want to sanitize and you want to treat them as demigods, as people who are never corrupt, but we've always told you kuti vanhu ava vari corrupt. Saka you find kuti now there's this back and forth, this trading of blows between the various sides, and some people are actually sympathetic to Bridget, some people are going after Bridget, and so I just thought that okay, because people were saying that I did not do a space because I want to protect people. I don't protect people. The space is there. I can open the space anytime. You can come in, you can react in any way that you want to to react. After all, this is something that is in the public domain. So if you want to react, this is your opportunity. I'll open the mic. I'll give you the opportunity to react. Totangireba. Toona kuti izvo nyaya yacho inofamba sei isvika kupi. Right, Sibs, how are you? Sibs.
Mushe baba, murisei, mushe, kurisei.
Apana apa kuriseiko?
Ndakamira kupedza kutaura.
Sorry, munotombotaurisa.
Mataura, ndizvozvo. Ndonyaya yacho. Inena, to be honest with you, I think she's being honest. She's not clean, but she's being honest. Like we said the previous day and the previous week, these people, they're all compromised. So people can hate her or love her, even if you think she was vaping or who that rishungu dzekuti exposed. I think there's more to it. You are implicate in this thing. They must also come out. Because as far as I'm concerned, information and whether I tower at the wrong time or at the right time, I don't know. It depends with you, but I think whatever she said, she said the truth, and all of them, they're all compromised. I don't want to kunyanya too much this whole thing. People can decide whatever they want, but in Angu personally, as a person was following this whole thing, I think she's not clean, but at the same time, whatever she said, it was the honest truth. So love your hate. I think there's more to it than what meets the eye. The whole parliament is compromised. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. I mean, but I think everyone is compromised there.
Right. So,
yeah.
Interrogating what are some of the things that she said. When it comes to the Chamisas, she was involved in a stamen. The relationship in a stamen, and they actually have got a child together. Na stamen. So now we are looking at the person who is akazvara dzinzai, akazvara contributor kudzinzai.
Ane information yanayo.
Achimbomira ndara, achimbomira kuenda neorder, achimbopakai kuenda neorder.
Ane information yanayo. Ngatinzwerere information yake. Vakaimplicated wacho ngavauye vataure kuti maya zvataura ndezvekunyepa. Aisangirinzira ndokandirana nyoka menyoka. Sekewo kana wakandirwa chiona kuti unoita sei, unotsika musoro here kana kuti inokuruma. Izvozvo vanonyora vese. It's a good thing. He's being honest.
And then koita nyaya yema 40k. I remember nyaya yema 40k. I think Nelson Chamisa was on a Zoom. I think it was on a Zoom chat. I think he was on a Zoom chat. The video is there where he came out, swinging, saying that, he's advising this guy is not to collect Mari's 40k, right? He made it clear in that video that he was against Nyema 40k. And then after that, there was a press conference that was held where I think the chief whip at that time came out and did some justification to the reason why they are going to be collecting the 40k. If you remember, a few days ago, I asked Honorable Banda to say, can we revisit the issue of the 40k? And then he said, the 40k, when the, for their 2018-2023 allocation of vehicles, Vangawa Chida Motkar is no cost $80,000. And then what ended up happening was Mutuli Nuve ended up providing them with cars that were worth 40,000. So there was then the balance of 40,000. So that was the amount, that was the payment that they then received. Yakuya iri loan, iri monetary, loan. So that was what was said, and that is what I know from the press conferences that were held. Right. So now then comes this allegation now. To say that even though Nelson Chamisa had come out and said, you don't take this money, it's corruption, it's what. What Bridget is alleging is to say he then went on behind the scenes and started to say, "Pan each and every MP at Toramari, they must give part of the money to the party or to me." So that is the allegation. I tried, to dig deeper to want to find out from some of the MPs that I speak to, some of them who are no longer, in Parliament. I tried to find out exactly what is going on. Madam, I, so I decided, to kumboisia. But what she's alleging is saying kuti vakatora ma 40k imwe mari vakaendesa ningi kupati or kuna vachamisa. That's one of the allegations. Iripo ipapo. But Nelson Chamisa again, he came out, swinging, today, and he said he actually pushed back against that, and he said, this is what he said. Uh, where did that post go? Your post when I said, what? Meredun. I didn't get delete your post you. But anyway, I'm not going to screenshot. Post you for the record. I take great exception to lies and falsehoods. My position on the MP's 40k bribery is well known in public. It's all part of the broad strategy around the 2023 election corruption and the 2030 nonsense. All MPs who took the money, 40k, did so against my better advice. I am allergic to corruption and all its proceeds. And in talking to people who were commenting and him responding, he then went on to say, I don't do bribes, didn't and wouldn't receive any dollar from any MP. I am neither cheap nor fake like your usual politician. Right. Saka, that is what he said in response to that. So let me come back to you guys and give you the opportunity to respond. So I just thought that I would bring that into I'll just talk about that, and then I'll allow you guys to go on. Right. So the next speaker is dropped. So that leaves Mdara G as the third person that requested for the mic. So Mdara G, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ango Gerard. My MPs, Triple C, Anointed. My MPs, Triple C, Arguti Paza, Nisamsoro. Anointed. In fact, vese vatengesi vanoda kupinza Nelson Chamisa maasingapindi. Ndinonzwa zvakawandisisa zvakanyanyisisa. Needless to say kuti mazunguzurwa kana vari pano paplatform apa ngavapindure. Vanhu ava dai makamboteerera interview yakapuhwa Tinase Jonas naGambakwe. MP ese indakashandira hurumende for a long time. Ma-MP ese masiyayo. Ma-MP ese achatinetsa pamberi apo. Ma-MP ese nema-councillors avo ese very corrupt. Asi in their quest to exercise themselves and get another post mune election, because vamwe ma-career politicians, vamwe ma-career MPs vanoda kusimeya Nelson Chamisa. I've known Nelson Chamisa for some time now, closely. Chamisa haadyi chakafa choga. Chamisa habati kana dollar. Asi kuti nyaya yavo kana kuti nyaya yevavo, nyaya yavanenge vatuma neZANU ive nemutsindo, vanoda kumenshena Chamisa samwe somehow. Nezuro ndaitaura nenyaya bullet car nekuti tinoda kuenda kudiaspora kuti tiende tinonzwa tigare pasi nemadiasporans pakauya issues, and we said kuti ngatidiscuss openly. Unoti hapana zviripo. Daimaimbozia muno are straightforward. Nelson Chamisa. That guy is anointed. I've known him for a very, very long time. The guy is just so straight. Muno, I'm not going to my mistakes, but he's very straight. When it comes to 40,000, Yakapoa, my MP, people, Wamawakawanda, Vakada Kuti, Chamisa Aripo, Arimo, Azodi. No. Chamisa is not that cheap. Kamchizi yauti Chamisa ane law firm yake yakasimba. Ina Falcon or Falcram, advocate Falcram Arimo. That guy vanotora ma cases. Indakaenda ni case yangu. Yemigodi yangu. Ndakachadwa 120,000. Ndo ma charges avanoita nana advocate uriri. Vano bika mari, those guys. Ndo firm ya Chamisa. I don't see kuti anoscrounja nenyaya yemari. Even dai achida mari chaiyo anoiwana nepopularity yake. Angadai ari somewhere and pane imwe level. Ndasvika pagutu vanoziva kumba kwaChamisa. Ndasvika pagutu pamba pake paChamisa. If you think this is an ordinary guy, if there is anything achievable chaari kuita ndechekutrai kuvaka church, panongopambawo asi ndokwanoswera ari. Pamba paunoona kuti yes panoitika kuti munhu anga akagara ipapo. Zvikombei nedzimwe dzimba misha kana mafarms evanhu vatoziva vane mari. Chamisa is nowhere near. Pa 40,000. Chamisa akabvunzwa standpoint yake akati get out. 40,000. What is 40,000 actually? What is 40,000? Noziva ndinodzungaira kuti yaenda kupi. Ndaisa muhomwe ndaenda kupi. 40,000 kana uri munhu ari kuita mabasa ake. 40,000 imari shoma shoma. Vanoti ivo yatorwa naChamisa oro vanzi ma MP atora kuti Chamisa awane chii. Ma MP matsotsi. Ma MP amunoti triple C, ma MP amunoti ZANU-PF matsotsi. Ndokurarama kwavo. Asi vanoda nyaya dzine nyaudzo singwe. Nyaudzo singwe vanoisa.
Abati naimdara G. Ma MPs apa aisarudzwa pautsotsi uyu vanga vakawandisa here. Utsotsi uyu wakazonyatsoburitsa papi chaimo. When I remember these guys were saying they are going through a selection process iri robust.
Angojeda. Ndo zvatakamira.
Yes.
Ndo zvatakamira iye zvino. Ndo zvatakateya. Ndo zvatiri kuda. Ini I said yesterday. I think you wakapinda pa Tita Tete yakanga ichitwa na Caesar Ostalos.
Ndakapinda.
Wakaona ndirimo, wakaona achindirefeya, no hidden agendas, nothing. Achiti mudhara G, boss G, mkoma G, tiri kuya nana mkoma G. Ndini anoreva. Ini what I said is, tiri kuda kunogara pasi nema diasporans. Kana takati tikabvuma isu kuti kune brain drain. Zvaunobvuma iwe Jeda, zvandobvuma ini. Kuti vanhu vane pfungwa dzakanyanyisisa dzinobaya ndemi vari kuko kwakaita brain drain. Ini I want us to engage maZimbabwe nese tiite brain gain, tiite gain back our people. Ma MP vamwe vakawandisa, ini analysis yangu ichabuda se controversy. Vakangobva pavakabva vachipinda basa rekuparliament. Unzwa zvandiri kutaura kuti vazhinji, you know, when we are kwauri ku UK, ku America kupi, business drives politics. In Zimbabwe, politics drives business. You get what I'm saying, or do you get the sense? Hello?
Right.
I business. Saka hatina kunge tine ma MP akaselectwa nevanhuwo zvakare vasina chavainacho zvavo, both physically and mentally. So, quite what that process yakaita chaotic. This is why I say kuti Chamisa is a genius of not. Akazviona zvichiitika. bude here mupati mako yawaita kana iri iyo sekutaura kunoita vanhu yaanorarama nayo ichipa mari ari corrupt ari everything ungabude here completely kuenda kupublic wotaura kuti ini ndatobva apa. Chamisa did that nekuti akaona kuti caliber yema-MP yatinayo iyi yachekeresa ruzhinji rweZimbabwe. That's why he left. He could not force everybody at gunpoint kuti buda lest he becomes a dictator. He varume ava vangadai zvafana noti uri muhondo una commander battalion commander ari kukomandai maona enemy maybe mukutungamiriri womuvasumudza ruoko kuti hold hatichaenda mberi utaura kuti akuenda back then imi muramba muchienda mberi munopinda mumasoja eopposition momba mati imimi muri kushandira commander retreater. That's nonsensical. Ma-MP angadai akangobuda because commander angati hold pasina mubvunzo. That's loyalty. Mozotanga kubvunzana kuti zvakamira sei asi maretreater. Dai Chamisa akazosvika mukumedzwa naChabangu akaramba aripo achiita hende ichete tingadai tiri papi naChamisa nhasi. Chamisa angadai akapera completely tisina alternative for the next 10 years. Tozotanga futi kubuilda people up. So Chamisa is a genius. He did an act of genius. We need to support as citizens. We need to support as Zimbabweans and see the geniusness that he handled all this issue. That's very true. But isusu takuchienda manje kunoita deflate mibvunzo iyaya takagara pasi vanhu ngavatilambaste pavanodira vanhu ngavatituke pavanotidira asi tinoda kuti vanhu mutipe masolutions nekuti it takes everyone to make a whole number. Zimbabwe haisi yaChamisa, Zimbabwe nderuzhinji rwevanhu. Tinoda kuti ini ruzhinji rwevanhu mutitaurire especially isu tiri prone to make so many mistakes nekuti we are on the ground. Pamwe madecisions atinoita tichitiza mboma asi imi muri kuona muri kure you are so settled munogona kutitaurira kuti itaichi panga pasina capacity nevanhu vakadaro the previous setup yanga iripo yanga iri anatora mari asi isu tiri kuuya kwamuri kuti mutitaurire tukai kusvika pamunoda shorai kusvika pamunoda ndokuti tiuye nechinhu chinenge chiri credible chine vanhu vese mukati. We're not going to rush it. We're not going to rush it. The processes. Lambastai. Musangoti robe chete nembama. Asi lambastai kusvikira kwa munoda. Tipei.
Let's support
right. Okay, Mkoma. Thank you very much.
Let's support Chamisa mdare.
Okay.
Zvikurwadza munhu ari uya kuzochapota Chamisa iri bo ngasapota yake hapana chakaita.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mdaraji. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the comment. Right. Regaindi kuna lax Vachawura, can I ask you, to come down as well? Because I need to bring in more speakers. Please. Chingoti Gaga Gamjidzika, Tungoti Gaga Gamjidzika, and then we give others the opportunity as well. Right. Laxford, we have to create space. Laxford, how are you doing?
Yes, how are you, boss?
I'm good.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I mean, I read, I've been following Jiruku Itikama MPs. I think first of all, and again, Pandipatakambo Tower, I think previously, Itaura vanhu vachituka anzani Chamisa kuti why asi is letting people down. But I think takutoti tozvionerawo kuti not that I want to support Chamisa, but some of the reasons why, because hana loyal lieutenants that he is working with, or people that he can rely on. It's very zvinorwadza kufunga kuti these are the people that we are depending on. And this is what's going on. Vari kupiwa mastands, vari kuita senda ndichona nhasi hopeful naanonzi ana Richard Changirai. After anzani Nyandoro ataura akati ona listen, we were doing this together. Changirai ari kuzviziva. He's part of anzani, he's part of this. Akareceive a stand and he's denying. Saka like vataura dhara vangu vachibva vachiti the problem is we have career politicians vanhu vakangobvawo vawana opportunity, they used Chamisa, because most of them, especially point in case Richard, he was elected to that position nekuda kwekuti yeproximity yekuti Chamisa ma-MP akawanda acho aya haakuzoita let down vanhu. They got into those positions because of Chamisa, because they were using his name kuti vasvike ngeniri vasvike pavasvika ipapo. Saka nemamiriro akaita zvinhu futi muZimbabwe, a lot of people hakusisina inonzi chi-conscience, because kana muri muZimbabwe, if you've done business with anyone in Zimbabwe, be it any sector, the system is corrupt in any way. Wakaenda mushop, mungava mukombi, mungava pai, the system is just corrupt. And ndo vanhu vakungotorwa ivavo, and then they are becoming our MPs, they're becoming our representative. And it's a result yesystem yakacreatwa neZANU PF yecorruption. Tinoramba zvedu chingoti ZANU PF iri corrupt, but that same system, that same rot has extended, kusvika even our society, zvekuti munhu chaiche wekunzi anotendeka, munhu chaiche wekumira naye wekuti this is a trustworthy person, hapasisina, and I believe this is also the work of God in exposing kuti kumberi kwatichaenda kuti akuziva kuti our enemy is not only ZANU PF, but we also, even within the opposition, they are equally the enemy, because hamungatiudze kuti susu we rallied behind them, we were voting, even mari dzimwe dzatakabudisa tikabhadhara tichiti let's support this movement ichilidwa naChamisa, of course, and then maakuzonzwa kuti vanhu vavo yakatanga irema 40,000 vari kutora mari vari kuisa muhomwe, izvezvi vakubribwa neanonzi mastands havari kupiwa tiri kuona iri kubuda iyi, handiti. And ZANU PF knows that it's also an advantage of ZANU PF, because ZANU PF knows that ukanga waisira mari pamberi havamborambi. And our problem now that's happening is we're going to have my MP at ari opposition asingatodi kuti zvinhu zvichinje, because they are making more money, because under normal circumstances in an operational economy, uri MP ari employed, une salary yako, une mari yako, zviri papepa zvinooneka. But system iripo ivanotoida because they tend to get amounts akawanda through bribe yayo, through zvekuseri, through illegally, illegal ninginiri, illegal stands anenge vachipiwa, and all that. So I mean, I'm just saying it's from my position, it's very sad kuti ndabwe kana zvisingaite nechama muchiverenga chemukadzi chaanyora on how rotten the system is, on how rotten the people that we are counting on are. Essentially, saka hakuna chatiri kuita, because we are trusting that everything, if it's not going to be an uprising in the street, the other option is we are trusting that people that have been put in parliament are the ones that are going to fight on our behalf. But hapana, everyone is corrupt, and the system is corrupt. It's very sad and unfortunate. That's all I had to say.
Right. Thank you very much. The post, that I read, I thought it was a standalone post. So when I went to go and look for it, I couldn't find it because I thought it was a standalone post. But thank you, guys, for those that have pointed me out, to where it was, because it is actually a response, or it's a post that followed a main post that he had put out this morning. So so I'd said that maybe it had been, I'd said Asia deliver, or it had been deleted, which was wrong on my part, because I thought that it was a standalone post. I want to apologize for that. The comment is still there, and thanks to those that have posted it on the comment section. I appreciate. Right. Okay. Wopwell, you are the recipient of this letter. You are addressed by Bridget Nyandoro. Right. So, can you talk to us if there's any? Okay, just talk to us about this letter, because it was addressed to you when you received it. What went through your mind?
Thank you, Uncle Jed. I hope everyone is well on this Twitter space. What initially happened was that I got information that opposition MPs were at Maybarain district office where they were getting land, government land from greenways, in exchange for votes to stop Mnangagwa's impeachment and to not to stop it, but to make sure that he doesn't lose it, the impeachment vote, and secondly, to make sure that he gets an extension. I was then told that they are there as I was speaking to my contact in government. And I said to my contact, okay, can I have the names of people who are there? And the contact said they'll get back to me. So I broke the story, and then I got the first batch of the opposition names. And as I said in my original story, I didn't bother with the ZANU PF MPs because all of them were getting anyway. So they're all implicated. But I was more interested in the anomaly of opposition MPs taking part in land for votes scandal. So I then got the second batch of names, which I published. And one of the names was Bridget Nyandoro. She then published an open letter on her Facebook page responding to the allegations, but then gave more meat to the bones. Essentially saying, yes, I did it, but I'm not the only one. There are others who are involved in corrupt activities. So I responded to her and I said, thank you for the open letter. Please, can you provide me with more details? And today, a voice note, which I'm sure many have heard because it's doing circles, of her looking, asking in a parliamentary group, WhatsApp group, asking for my number. And so when I heard the note, I then said to one of the MPs, give her my number. If she wants to send any details, she can send those details. But I think the big problem that we have, which is the elephant in the room, which Zimbabweans don't want to talk about, and I will keep saying this, I don't care what people think, because it's important, Uncle Jade, for even one person or two people to say the right things against the tide of people saying the wrong things. And our job as journalists is to say the truth. And the truth should not be modified to appease the popular or dominant narrative, which is the problem in Zimbabwe. The Vamgabe chete chete, Vamnangagwa chete chete, Vachamisa chete chete nonsense must stop if Zimbabwe is going to get somewhere as a country. There are people that bootlick leaders shamelessly, educated people, bootlicking leaders shamelessly. It's so embarrassing when you see adults, anababa nanamai vanotonzi mama, dedi kana vasvika kumba, bootlicking leaders shamelessly. The truth is that we are where we are today because of the terrible mistakes that were made by Nelson Chamisa, and it must be said. Because many of us said it at the material time when these things were happening, and we were insulted. We were insulted. Anafadzai vakanyora maisei vachindituka vachita sei. Ndichivaudza kuti what you are doing is going to result in a disaster. So nobody should act surprised today that we ended up with people in parliament on the basis that they were sleeping with other people. We ended up with people in parliament on the basis that they were paying other people. We shouldn't be surprised. If we are going to be a society seeking change, we must learn to tell each other the truth. The moment we start lying and bootlicking politicians, we will end up in the same place where we started. So Chamisa Ndiaga created this problem, and it must be said, I don't care what people think or what they will say about what I've said, but Chamisa Ndiaga created a problem. Akaramba ma structures, akaramba constitution, akaita one center of power where he was the only one making decisions. And these decisions resulted in the idiotic berekamwana, where grown-up men and women, educated men and women, were made to line up behind a candidate. And some candidates that won were not allowed to proceed because they had not paid the fee that was supposed to be paid. And we said it at the time, Kuti, people are being made to pay money. This is going to backfire because these people are going to say, I paid money, it's an investment, I want my money back. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And that is exactly why we are where we are. If you are an adult with 5 senses and you are Zimbabwean and you don't see this, then you don't deserve to vote.
Right. Yeah, Bakaiba. Right. Thank you very much, for that. I do appreciate. Let's see if we can hear. Pana Mkoma Sibs. Mkoma Sibs. Andina kukubvisirai kuti mataura chokwadi pauspika. I removed you pauspika nekuti mataura. Saka I needed to create space for others. That is the only reason why I removed you. I did not remove you the same way I removed Mdaraji. And the same reason why I removed Mdaraji is the same reason why I removed you.
Sorry, Uncle.
Saka kuti mataura
Sorry, Uncle
chokwadi,
Jed.
kana mataura chokwadi, that is neither here nor there.
No.
I removed
Uncle
you
Jed.
because you have spoken your truth, and I respect that.
Sorry, Uncle Jed. I just wanted to add one more thing. I want to put more flesh to the story because I'm more interested in the story now that I broke and how it's developing, and I'm sure your listeners would want to know what's going on. So, what actually happened, which I've discovered overnight, is that there's a group that is amenable, which is led by Chabangu, which is taking these trinkets. And there's a group of opposition MPs that is not on the list or any of the lists that have been released by government. That group is being accused of having agreed to vote with a group in ZANU PF which wants Mnangagwa to go. I just wanted people to have a full picture of what's going on now. So those MPs that are not going to get land are accused of conniving with a group in ZANU PF which wants Mnangagwa to go. So those MPs that you won't see or that won't get land, that's the basis why they're not. That's the basis why they're not getting land. Now, the other issue is where we are now. We essentially have a dysfunctional parliament. This parliament has never been fit for purpose. And I said it in December 2023. If you go on my timeline, I retweeted that 2 days ago. I said at this point in time, we need to create a crisis for this regime to respond. I was not only saying that because it was coming from my mind. I had complained to some presidents in the region to say, but why are you allowing this charade? And then they said, you guys, you got a SADC report for the first time, which is damning of the electoral process, something that has never happened in SADC. And they said, we expect you to come with that report and make noise. Go to the streets. You've got a report from us. And I did mention this at the time. Anyone, the good thing about timelines is this stuff is there. I did mention it at the time. I was insulted as usual. And I said, you are not engaging SADC. You're not engaging the key players that matter. African ambassadors who are in Zimbabwe were asking us, so what is this guy going to do? What is Triple C going to do? You've got this report. This report is damning, and it's a powerful tool that should be used to look at what happened in Zimbabwe. If it can't change the results, it should at least make sure that you get reforms. And the same diplomats today are asking me and saying, we told you, why didn't you
tell your people what we told you. And I said, no, if you go to my timelines, I told my people, all 16 million of them, I told them that this is what you were saying. But people like Skilled Rebara would come and tweet that and start insulting me, saying, oh, he thinks it's so important, he speaks to diplomats. I'm a journalist, I speak to presidents, I speak to diplomats. I was trying to push an agenda for the country that would help the country. And I said, this is what we need to do. I'm going around the region, and this is what but coming back to the same story, which the psychophants don't want to hear, there was no structure to report to or to push. There was neither a constitution. So you couldn't, even if you are hopeful, the citizen who has spoken to these presidents, there was no structure to go to other than Nelson Chamisa. If you spoke to those that were around him, they would say, Mdara Mnungo, the creator, and that's what they were calling him, the creator. And this was defended, Angojet. This was defended by so many sycophants, so many fanatics of Nelson Chamisa. Vakati strategic ambiguity, there's a plan, there's this, but this is where we are. And now they want to act surprised. Why should you be surprised about things that we talked about at the material time when they were happening? That these are going to be the outcomes. My good friend, Dr. Alex Magaisa, may he rest, his soul rest in peace, wrote in 2022 that in order to resolve any problems that are being talked about, Triple C must have a constitution. Magaisa was a friend of the movement. He was not an enemy of the movement. He was a friend of the movement. But the fanatics refused to listen. And it is the ordinary people that have no agents that the fanatics have that are going to suffer. Because 2028, ZANU PF is going to be back in power whether we like it or not. There is no way anything is going to be formed now which is centered around one person and removes a military regime. We have so many competent Zimbabweans who would have wanted and who put their hands up wanting to be part of a progressive movement. They were all kicked out. And Zimbabweans deserve the suffering that they're going through. They deserve it because they support nonsense. They don't understand, they don't empathize with others, especially those of us who live in the diaspora. You deserve it. Because ndimnoya pama-Twitter space nepa-Twitter Twitter nonsense defending basa rese. You are going to continue pumping money into Zimbabwe because your parents will die if you don't send money. And some of us, all we were saying, let's fix this thing so that we can have an opportunity to even have a hybrid government where there is some kind of international support for Zimbabwe, so that at least hospitals can function. If you look at the GNU, the last radiotherapy machines were bought during the GNU because there was international goodwill. But kala mchisapota munhu one, destroy a movement which was set up more than 25 years ago. Makatarisa munhu achiti handidi constitution, muchiti yes, and handidi structure, yes, and then it's not destroy that whole movement. Don't act surprised. Please save us those crocodile tears. You were part of this problem.
Right. Right. Okay. Naiwopo, you are talking about, so many people that wanted to be part and parcel of, the struggle, part and parcel of the movement, etc. Chamisa stepped, stepped, to the side. And what I've always seen as a pushback is, why can't these other people come together and form something that can fight, ZANU PF? What is it that is stopping vanhu ivava kuti vauye come together and form something that can fight or form an alternative opposition that can be a challenge to ZANU-PF?
Thank you, Uncle Jed. Our politics is binary. We have got a two-party system political architecture in Zimbabwe, like they have in America. We don't have a system which allows three parties. It's either or. That's how our system has been built. So it was ZANU or ZAPU, ZANU or Zoom, ZANU or MDC, ZANU or Triple C. Third-party candidates are wasting their time if they come. I even told my good friend and mentor, Dr. Ngosana Moyo, and I wrote a piece addressed to him and Father Mayer in 2018. I said, you're wasting your time because the mindset, the psyche of our nation is centered around a two-party system. So as long as Chamisa is there, it's a problem for anyone. Nobody, no matter how good you are, whether you are whether you are Dr. James Manika from Google, you won't succeed because we have a two-party system. So vava vanotaura kuti fomai mapati hakuna munhu ane brain anoenda kunofoma imwe party, because that party will not go anywhere. Even if it's led by Jesus Christ, it won't go anywhere because we've got a two-party system. So if you want to understand what I'm saying, for those who are taking this conversation seriously, go to the American system and look at each time Donald Trump tried to run as a libertarian candidate, as a third presidential candidate. He realized it doesn't work. He had to hijack a political party, and that political party was the Republican Party. Donald Trump was not a Republican. He started off as a Democrat. So he realized, just like I'm saying about our country, that you won't make it no matter how good you are. Ndosaka uchiona pepe kuti maZimbabweans vari kurara vasina chikafu, vari kurara vasina health care, vanondituka ndataura kuti ndapawana mamachines aya, but leader ari kutadza kuita zvinhu izvi because it's a two-party system. They would rather die. They would rather die vachisapota munhu.
But in my party, hakuna opposition. So where's the other party? Because at this stage, there's only ZANU-PF in the ring. So where's the other party?
You see what happened for those that studied politics, Uncle Jet, they'll understand this. What I've always explained, but of course they're manipulated by influencers on Twitter. For those that actually want to understand, and or those that have studied political science, I think those that are on this Twitter space that have studied political science, your duty to go onto Twitter and educate us about what I'm going to say. Nelson Chamisa inherited goodwill from the movement Yamogen, and he said, I am the anointed person. Nelson Chamisa had lost in a party election to the Secretary General's position because Morgan determined who won and who loses, right? So if Nelson Chamisa had formed his own party in 2013 against Morgan Shangirai and ZANU-PF, Nelson Chamisa would not have made it. Because at that material time, the opposition leader in the mindset of a binary society was Morgan Shangirai. So at this point, the leader of the opposition in the binary side of our society is Nelson Chamisa. And if you form your own political party, you've got a lot of work. Don't expect that you're going to win tomorrow. Maybe you're forming the party to win in 10 years' time. Because a society that has got a binary psyche will not suddenly change overnight. It takes time.
Right.
That's why all those times you saw Nelson Chamisa coming to my home and he's posting pictures and I'm posting pictures, we would take question Uncle Jed about that issue. And what I was saying was that, my brother, allow these other dominant voices to be around you. You are the face of the struggle. don't be scared by talented people. But what he did created a problem where he attracted loyalists. And loyalists, by nature, the difference between loyalty and corruption is a very thin line. So those that were attracted, that he felt were loyal to him, were loyal to a fault. That's why you see them doing what they're doing today. They will go with anyone who will give them anything. If he had done a proper analysis of the situation, created a proper selection process where people are actually vote. Kune vanhu vakavoterwa nevanhu vakawina vakapushwa paside. You know, this lady Bridget is corrupt. She is corrupt. But there are some things that she has said that have been collaborated today by people like Makomborero. The issue of people paying money to get into positions. Ukaona munhu anobhadhara mari kuti aite MP, munhu iyeye ari corrupt because akapiwa mari naMNANGAGWA anotora. The fact yekuti munhu atobhadhara kuti apinde muparliament, munhu iyeye atori corrupt, no matter what you say. Munhu wacho waabhadhara ari corrupt foot. So we expect these people to come out and tell us who they paid that money to. And provide the evidence. You say, ini ndakabhadhara mari yangu kuna Uncle Jed, umwachi ndakabhadhara mari yangu kuna Hopo. Because we even had stories, if you remember Uncle Jed, there was a video which went viral from Kadoma of a woman who was claiming that she was pushed out because she had refused to sleep with some official. You see, our society is a homogeneous society. There's nothing distinctive between ZANU and the opposition. It's a homogeneous society in that, as Dr. Ngosana Moyo said, people are not fighting for change. People are fighting for their turn to go to the feeding trough and feed. Thanks. I'll drop to allow others to speak.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. RESC. How you doing?
I'm okay. I think before maybe Oppo drops, I think I may have some questions or one question before I contribute. And
Okay, shoot.
the question is, what happened to your government in exile proposal? Because you see, before I give you time to answer this particular question, when we are talking about what is happening in Zimbabwe now, yava nyaya yemudanga ishi. We have got possibly 4 factions which are now within ZANU-PF. 1 faction, ED faction, 2 General Geza faction, 3 we have got a faction of CC Chabangu, and now the 3rd faction may be possibly the government in exile faction led by Oppo, if it is there. So what is happening now is, let me say it, we have to be focused when we are in the struggle. Because right now there is no evidence that it is Chamisa who led us to be where we are today. Why? Because even when there were structures.
I thought it was a question. If there's no question, then I can go because I have to rush somewhere.
Okay, no problem. I'm done. I think no, you blocked me. So I'm the one who is using this. We used to talk and whatever.
No. You said you had a question, and I want to be fair to you. If you have a question, ask the question and I'll answer it.
So answer immediately so that I can proceed later. What happened to your government in exile?
I want to answer for I don't know how many times, because Uncle Jed actually held a Twitter space about this thing. The term government in exile was a tentative term that I used one Saturday or one Sunday afternoon on Twitter. I think it was a Saturday. And then when I went on to Twitter, I then explained that there's confusion about what this means. And I want to make it absolutely clear so that I remove this confusion. And I went on to explain that I'm not saying I want to be a politician or I want to bring together a group of politicians. I am saying I want to bring together a group of progressive Zimbabweans who are willing to do things that will assist people back home. I then had a lot of people that put their hands up to say, Mdara, the first thing we did was to set up through Dr. Nyasha Maboreke a clinic of specialist doctors for elderly people, my pensioners, Vasina Mari. And how this was going to work, it was going to start that week actually, where we were going to start a pilot project. We were starting with 10 on a Tuesday and then increase it on Friday until end of the month. We wanted to end up with at least about 200 people that were going to be treated. Dr. Joka, who owns corporate hospital, put his hand up. I want to help. These are the services that I offer. I can start with 200 people. But because people thought I was coming as an alternative to Chamisa or to Triple C, it was ruthlessly attacked. The doctors were threatened on a 10-hour space. I mean, what kind of an adult will run a Twitter space for 10 hours to stop a project that is meant to help people who have no money? They were attacked. The doctors got in touch with me through Dr. Maboreke. Dr. Maboreke wakanditi hope unozvachika madoctors hangu akuchika manje because vari kuthreatenwa patwitter space apa kuzi tiri kuuya ikoko kuhospital ikoko tizoona kuti chii chiri kuitika. So inini I was just doing this to help people kuti ndibatsire vanhu. Specialist treatment in Zimbabwe costs $150 to just see a doctor. We were going to provide this treatment to thousands of people a month who do not have access to money. But so it was not a government in the political sense. It was not a government in the political sense which was going to campaign for power. We were saying there is a problem where both government and opposition are not providing alternatives. Let's try and do something. I've written about this in the past, that I got a radiotherapy machine. Zimbabwe went for 3 years without a radiotherapy machine, one achifa ne cancer. But the politicians failed to do the administrative work. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, I've got 40 dialysis machines in Birmingham sitting there. The whole of Harare has got only 9 dialysis machines in public hospitals. Vanhu vari kufa. To come through me ashaya mari yakazopiwa na weeknail, because people who should be in a situation to look after themselves, they can't because our government has failed. MNANGAGWA'S anoba mari. So when we try to assist, you then mock us. What I did was simply to withdraw because both my parents are late. All my siblings and their kids and my kids, we have got health care. We don't need health care. I was just trying to help. But then some decided they were going to use that to mock me. You're not mocking me. You're mocking those that need the help.
Right. Okay, Wopo. Thank you very much for that. Ningi, RESC, please, can you come in with your contribution, and then we get others, to speak as well.
Thank you, Uncle Jeza.
Others, to react.
Thank you, Uncle Jeza. So what I wanted to say is that yatakuona yema MPMDC yara emudanga because at one point in time the MPs were told not to receive the 40K. They went on to receive it. They were told to maybe resign from the parliament. They refused because the strategy was, I think Chamisa was clever on that. He knew that everything has been taken over by E.D. Mnangagwa because E.D. Mnangagwa was not willing in one way to accept the opposition. So what is there now is the faction of Chabangu, which is part of ZANU-PF. So these MPs like Joanna, he also blocked me from Twitter because I spoke about that some time before. That now we are competing with Nelson Chamisa. There are two ways. Chamisa is saying, let's see who is right. For you, we are now hijacked by ZANU-PF. If you are not, pull out. So we saw that Fadzai Mahere, the brilliant MP, as well as the other one from Mount Pleasant again, I think the other one from Kwekwe, I don't know the other guy. So those were the three heroes that we can worship today, because they knew that when you enter inside that particular parliament, you were going to be consumed, because they did not have power. They said we're going to fight from within, but nothing has happened. Now we are seeing a lot of deals coming. You know what is happening, Mr. Django Gerard, is that just to watch the space. Oppo is doing well by trying to expose this. Do you know Richard Changrai, the other young man, he was on the space the other time. When you try to say, Honorable, come up, he disappeared like a snake. Why? Because there are some issues that are hidden that we don't know now. Because what ZANU-PF has been doing since these people vanga mudanga, vanga vachiva spoiler, vachiva kisa, vachiva patwese, vachida iwo. Saka uchangu kwatimwe kwakaunda uchabuda. Hope is doing well there, but however the challenge of Hope is that he is using emotions on this particular issue, which he is not supposed to do. We don't know whether he's a journalist or a neutral person, because at the same time, he's coming to declare to people that Chamisa is responsible for the mess in Zimbabwe right away. But at the same time, he's saying, I'm a journalist. So I think he should throw this particular issue to the people. So, Ango Gerard, thank you very much. Let me conclude by saying that very soon we are going to write a list before the next election to tell Joanna Mawombe, those Denford, and all those people who accepted to stay with the regime, that if there is a new movement, they may not be part of it. Because these people, don't talk of them as opposition. They are not opposition. So here we don't want to hear that this opposition has betrayed us. No, we rejected these people before, long back, and the truth is coming up. Thank you, Ango Gerard.
Right. Thank you very much. Mofutitis, how are you doing?
I'm great, Uncle. Mursei.
Murisego.
Parikunakiza pano.
Vent out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Saka what we are doing is angotaura todzikisa toisa mumwe ataura todzikisa toisa mumwe ataura todzikisa toisa mumwe atoda kuti because there are so many people that want to speak. So
Right.
whoever is spoken, we'll be removing you. We create space for others, and then we move on like that. Right. No rest. How are you?
Goma Jed Murisei, how are you, listeners?
Right.
Very good. Thank you for the platform. Ndinotenda. I'm a bit disappointed Mgoma Wopo ndaida kuti vanzwe zvandotaura, because I totally agree with his view. Mgoma Wopo vakanga vakatondibloka nenyaya idzodzi dziri kutaurika idzi. Nyaya yaHonorable Bridget Nyandoro ndofunga kuti hangu panyaya yemastands. We know kuti ZANU-PF navaMNANGAGWA, they're trying to bribe my MP to vote to extend the 2030 agenda, which we all disagree with. But Honorable Bridget Nyandoro has been so forthright. Vakabvuma kuti land ndapiwa. But remember, zvaitwa during the day, for me it's not corruption, because as a parliamentarian tinoeland yatopiwa. Of course, ZANU navaMNANGAGWA vada kuishandisa as a tool to cajole them into voting in a corrupt way. But as my MP vane kodzero yekupiwa mastands. Saka she has accepted kuti I'm accepting the piece of land ndikutora, but kune dzimwe mbavha dziri kunyeba masikati kuti taramba land idzo dzichizotambira nekuseri. So I think she deserves to be applauded there, because she has been very forthright and she's defending a position. Kuti, I'm not being corrupt. It's something that I deserve as an MP. Ndinokodzera kupiwa land zvakatoaprovwa and zvakaitwa during maskata zvezvemanheru. But coming back kunyaya yema-MP ivava vanetsava, vakachuzwa in a very corrupt way, sekutaurwa zvaita namukoma wangu naHope. And when people criticize these things, vanhu vanonzi mune bitterness, you hate vachamisa, you do this. I don't think it's hate, kutaura chokwadi, because mune muchida kuavoid things like this. Vachamisa is aspiring, or was aspiring, to lead Zimbabwe as a president. So even isusu kunesu vamwe tinenge tiri kune mamwe political homes, we have a right yekutaura kana kuva criticize. because he is aspiring for office, for higher office and become my president one day. Saka I think vanhu vanofana kusiyana netsika yekuti munhu akaraiza a red flag pane chinhu obva apfekedzwa malabels kunzi wewe wakazenge because zvine matambudziko. But vanhu vese vari muparliament zvanachida kureva pane nyaya yangu, they were approved neyainzi CSP yeku-CCC yakanga ichipfuura nepadeski ravachamisa is the final say. Vanhu vese ivavava. So for then people to turn around and say kuti vanhu ava vazenge, I think it's dishonest of the highest order. Pakakanganisika leadership kana paitika mistakes of omission or commission, they must also learn to accept. Tonzidzwa zviitwa naMugabe chete izvozvo kana kuzanu ndokwekuti everyone else is wrong, isu tiri right. So panenge paresveka leadership ngaibvume kuti aiwa apa nepapa takakanganisawo, then voita undertake to take corrective action. Izvi zvekuti munhu anongoti zvese Chamisa is always right, I think ndo zviri kurambwa naHope, and I want to agree with him. But inyaya dzatakatomboblokerana vakanga vakandibloka mukoma Hope nenyaya idzodzo tichionesana, and I'm happy kuti he is now very sober and tapa same page panyaya idzodzidzi. So but Honorable Bridget Nyandoro ndoda kuva respecta zvakanyanya because she has come out in the open and say kuti land ndiri kutora ndakatotora, it's my right as an MP, or those anoida kushandisa in a corrupt way, but vari matsotsi ndo vatida kuramba, vari kuramba masikati machena vari panapa vanouya pamatwitter space pano votaura kuti land hatitore corruption, and then they go behind the scenes vachinota bend to ZANU-PF. ndo vanhu vari more dangerous. Vanhu vese vari muparliament kana vakanga vari honest vaifana kubuda, ma-MP vavava nemakancelors varimo mukanzuru, they are very much corrupt. And nyaya iyi pane pamwe pano, of course iri a bit personal, but in one of my audios andasangana nawo Honorable Bridget Nyandoro vari kuita ma-counter accusations ekuti mimi muri kundirwisa because ndakaita a failed relationship nemunyin'ina wavachamisa, ndo zvamuri kundiatakira, yeti mimi you are worse corrupt. Imimi vacho muri way much corrupt than inini ndiri kuita zvinhu zvangu paopen. Imimi makawanda but muri mbavha, muri kuba land ma-wetlands, muri kuita chii. So I think ningi nyaya ida kutorwa holistically. Vanhu understand Honorable Bridget Nyandoro kuti vari kubva nekupi, because she was being attacked zviri relentless nevanhu kuseruku vachiaccuswa a lot of things, and then she has responded. So I think in a nutshell ndo zvandingangoda kutaura. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Ndinotenda. Muchengeti Chinembiri, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Mkoma Jed. I was a candidate 2023. Akapinda through that process irungotaurwa nezvayo.
Right.
And I know Bridget Nyandoro personally. I know President Nelson Chamisa personally. I know Tinomtingange, Stamen Chamisa personally. I want to help people a bit panyaya idzodzidzi. Pane nyaya mbiri or three ziri involved. Zekuti whenever we hear nyaya dzekutaurika what is happening zviri kupotswana na Bridget nekudi panoda kusalt mbichana. There is bitterness on the part of Bridget panyaya relationship yavo na Stamen, and that doesn't have anything to do with corruption. That doesn't have anything to do with kutorwa kweland, because Chamisa is nowhere close to that. That was a relationship with two adults yakaitika vakasvika pavakaita ikapera isina kuaffecta anything politically. So I don't see how it came in, right? Ndinoda kudzoka kwandanyanya kuda kuti nditaura kuzoti paitwe bereka mwana. Challenge yedu yatakaita isusu kuchigadzirwa CCC, our challenge was the state yakasiyiwa MDC iri na baba vatsvangirai. If you remember, we had many fragments MDC. Anabiti vaibva nekwavo uko vambonofoma PDP, ana Washman vaibva nekwavo uko vambodai, munhu nemunhu anga ane pake, ana Thokozani vanga vadaiwo nepapa. So ma-fragments ese iwayo kwaabatanidza ndo yatakaenda nayo kuelection ichinzi alliance, and that was a very big problem for Nelson Chamisa. I'm actually amazed kuti how did you manage kusvika this time. Ndoda kukupa example mukoma Jed. Munenge mine timu renyu imemi muchitamba nawo bhora. Muri equal mese. Kana kuti vamakakura nawo muri muchikoro mese muchidzidza mese. Mwacho muchitombo musiya achitowo pasi penyu imomboita class monitor. Then omuka mufana weya onzi ndiye headmaster wepachikoro penyu. Munhu iye anenge aine basa very difficult. Because ari kuleader vanhu vari kuzviti isusu tagara tiri pamusoro pako, tagara tisi takatotanga chinhu ichi iwewe usiko. That's what happened. So patakazomuvha takuenda kutriple C, paida kuedzwa kuitwa mameasures ekupreventa zvinhu zvaiitika kuMDC. Mukarangarira takaita maelections tikapedza vanhu vakarekoliwa kwaendwa kukoti kukaita sei. Saka pakazouya ibereka mana, it's not kuti it was the best of strategies, but yaive a way yekuedza kuti vanhu vaite something in the interim kuchigadzirwa chimwe chinhu chiri permanent. And it was very unfortunate kuti triple C yakafomiwa paya tichiita by election hatina kuita time nomba tamba tatotanga kugadzira election. While the bereka mwana had manhingirikina akawandisa ende ina handitoifarire. I was a beneficiary but handire bereka mwana iye. I always said that chero pataitoita process yacho ndaive naleader wangu hainzi Muzoda ndiye akanga ari pamusoro pangu aive cluster leader wangu. How did we get there? Pane yainzi CNA yaive ne63 maleaders. So 63 maleaders vakagara pasi vari 63 zvese zviri kutaura kunzi Brainchild Nelson Chamisa akazoimposa zvakatambe. That's a lie. There are a lot of things ndichangoita zvishoma tipe vamwe space. Right, 63 maleaders vakagara pasi yainzi CNA iyai ndo vakazopedzera vakunzi macluster leaders kana vakambonzwa that language. Nobva vadesigner a way yekuita run away from primary elections. Why? Because kustructure yatanga tiinayo tiri kuMDC already yanga yatoo compromised, because tatani vamwe vanga vakunzi ava vanenge vari kunzi ndevadhagi, ava vanenge vari kunzi ndevanhingi, ava vanenge vari kunzi ndevanhingi. Apa we had a very short space of time because those are the same people vakangocrossa vakauya kutriple C. Saka we couldn't use that kuti tishande tiite primary election tiite zvese zvaidiwa. It was sort of a win-win situation. Paiedzwa kuti zviite. Ndo pakapinda this process. I want to tell you, in ndakaita candidate inini, president vasingatombondi, I didn't pay anyone. President Chamisa takatozotanga kusangana, ndikutaura kusangana kwekuzotaura. Takuita induction. That was maybe about a month later. That whole candidate. And the process iyoyo zvotaurwa kunzi hanzi mapepa ese aipfuura nepadesk paChamisa. That's a lie. Kune vanhu vakanga vakaiswa for each particular region. Vaiti kana process ichiitwa isusu kwedu kwakauya na Stole the MP wekuchitungwita. Ndo vakauya kusweta that process. Ndo vakaendla kusvika vati ava ndo hama candidates ava ndo havape zvaiitikawo elsewhere. I wouldn't want to comment. We didn't pay anything. Mari dzema 40,000. Kana ariko MP anoti akabhadhara a cent to Nelson Chamisa, I'm challenging him kuti approve aite come out in the open. Why ndichidaro indiri mugroup na nhasi richiriko group iroro rine ma-MPs vakawana ma-40,000 rine vanhu vanga vari ma-candidates. We actually discussed that nyaya iyoyo yema-40,000 takuenda kweelection tichiti alright, matora mari dzacho idzodzo dzamatora dzamanga manzi musatore, at least contribute something tibatsire rural electorate. But those MPs vaitopopotera kuti Chamisa dai avabhadharira ma-1,000 aya aibhadharwa ekupinda ekuzeka aya. They wanted Chamisa to pay that for them. Ivo vapuwa futi machi ma-40,000. So yeah, some of these things zvinongotaurwa. Yes, bereka mwana yanga yakaipa. There is a lot of improvement inodiwa, and the quietness yemukuru inodawo kuti vachibudikirawo vadefende his space. Izvozvo ndinoagreea, but tisangoti zvimwe zvinhu nekuti zvanyorwa naningi. Imwe yebitterness dzemubedroom dzatinenge taakutora toisa vanhu vaya Johanna na Bridget vane nyaya dzavo dzavanenge vachinetsana. Vanhu vanowirirana vachimbonetsana vachiwirirana vachinetsana. While this panogona kuita one or two things zvinenge zviri zvekwadiwo, mamwe ma-accusations acho haasi ekuti tingabva tatokwekweredza nedzita raChamisa totoisa pakati topedza. Right, ndoda kudarika apa handidi kugarisa ndipedze zvangu vamwe vapinde vataura zvanotaura. I have a challenge ne-mentality yaMukoma Hopewell. Unfortunately, vaburuka, vadzika. At some point, Mukoma Hopewell vaisupporta zvaiitwa naNC kana kuti zvataita isusu setriple C. And manzwa munhu anga achitaura achiti vakatombondibloka because ndaiopposa izvozvo. Right now, so mukoma hopo tinofanira kuti pavanenge vachisupporta this thing, that's the ndo chiri correct ichocho. Vakabva ezvino vakaona kuti Nelson Chamisa ndiye a problem. Everyone must agree kuti Nelson Chamisa is a problem, right? Nelson Chamisa for now is not active in politics besides one or two matweets anoita. Pana munambotaura a good thing. Kokustart a movement, because kana chitanga movement isusu hatisi kuti movement ndeye 1 year ndeye 2 years. Chero ye 20 years dacho. Vanoziva the right thing to do. Why can't we do it? Pane ngomira nomukatarisa. That's the 2030 agenda. 2030 agenda. ZANU-PF yakaziva kuti the person anokwanisa kustopa 2030 agenda ndiNelson Chamisa. That's why you see kuti anything chiri kuitika, corruption yabuda, people start fighting Nelson Chamisa because kuna vanhu vari kuita corruption. Nhasi kwauya zvana Bridget Nyandoro, it's about Nelson Chamisa. Everything that's happening, that's the 2030 agenda. Because 2030 agenda is all about clearing the path yekuti 2030 agenda ikwanise kubuda zvakati zvakanaka. And vanhu vese vanenge vazikanwa kuti uyu is a problem, uyu is a problem, vanofanira kumanajiwa. So that is what is happening. All this noise iri kuitika, Nelson Chamisa this 2 million votes, this and that. Zvinobatsirei, we all know the political situation in Zimbabwe. We all know kuti kana tisina army, kana tisina police, chero tikakupa 40 million votes, as long as macritical ningirikini iwayo tisinawo, we won't do anything. Apana. And apana asingazvizive izvozvo. So right. It's all about Chamisa this, Chamisa that. That's not azvina brain kwandiri ndakazvitarisa inini. Right? We are 14 million people plus in Zimbabwe. Who can actually do better? Cinema think tanks at now. Who can actually do better? Oh, why don't we have a think tank besides kungonongedzera like our mkoma wangataura manje vachiti isusu trip from another political home chichi? Yes, what's happening ku political home kwenyu? Because it's not all about kunongedzera. Chamisa would have done this. Zvinhu zvavakatoita neCNA yake, it wasn't an imposition. Kana vaive wrong, we passed that, we're going to correct that going forward. But I've seen zvinotiburitsa patiri because it's tikaramba tichiconcentrate kuti Chamisa akaita bereka mwana ED 2030 anenge ariko. What are we doing about 2030? Tinofanira kuve vanhu vari vanotarisa zviri kumberi. We are concentrating on my mistakes and Nelson Chamisa. Everyone has got mama faults avo nema weaknesses avo, and every 60 minutes on nema weakness. If you remember, MDC yakambosplita. Vatrangirai varamba kuti kuendwe kumasenate elections, kukaitwa ma-elections the highest board MMDC rikabvuma kuti kuitwe ma-senatorial elections. Ivo vakati indaisa yangu vote hakuitwi ma-senatorial elections. Homba yasplita, anamwe vakaenda kwavo, avo vakaenda kwavo zvikati costa 2017. Zvinowanikwa izvozvo in every setup. Zvinotongowanikwa, but hati concentrate on that. And all I'm saying is, people, let's move on. Izvi zvakatoitika zvakaitika. Mari dziri kunzi kubhadhara, we didn't pay any dime. Kana kuine vanhu vaiitisa vaitora mari dzevanhu, vanofanira kunge vari vanhu maybe malevel aya ekuti waiinda mapepa ako kune vakomana anofara iwe kumaofisi pamwe kupi, kwete kuti there was a system yekunzi NC ari kutoti kuti iwe uite candidate. NC really tried kuti kuwanikwe the best. Ndosaka takatopinda ina. I wasn't known politics, but ndakashanda in my constituents for almost 2 years. Saka pa 2 years ito vanhu vemuconstituents nomba vanditi this person can be a candidate. And vanhu vaitozikanwa vachitowirirana na NC vakatotadza kupinda, indikapinda because community yangu ndo zvayanga yataura, like many other constituencies.
Ayo.
So thank you. Handisi kuda kunyanya kuenda mberi, but that was what I had to say. Tine ma-weakness aripo in like hangu zvinhu zvandinongokurudzira kuti whoever anotaura na president NC, yeah, he should come out now. I think time yanyanyisa. The quietness is no longer good. But kune mamwe ma-allegations ekuti hatifaniri kunge tichinyanya kumaconsider. Zvimwe zvinowanikwa mutime yatiri inoi. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vamuchengeti. I appreciate you. Honorable Caston Mateo. Muriseiko nai honorable. Honorable Mateo. Honorable Mateo, muri kwera. Avura mic yenyu. Because muri pa mute. Right. Akuze wadizo ni chiri kuitika. But anyway, rega ndiunze right. Rega ndiunze Mkoma Shining. Mkoma Shining, can you come through?
Yes, thank you very much, Uncle Jed.
I appreciate you and the co-hosts, and I would also like to appreciate the refreshing news or the other side to what we heard from the previous speaker. Because I think when we sit here, a lot of times we are just told so sometimes it's good to hear from some of the people who have got that experience. Yeah, it is very interesting. For me, unlike Opel, I'm not a journalist. I am a progressive who opposes the rule of ZANU-PF, and I've done so for many, many years. So you will find that I'm not simply interested in what is labeled as the truth, but I'm interested in things that progress our opposition to ZANU-PF. What I am seeing and what we are seeing is a continuation of a process, an onslaught against the main opposition, which is the CCC. Although we know that sometimes people come here and tell us that there is no opposition in Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF continues to wage a war against that opposition. And what we are seeing are some of the results. I said last time when I was here that we are being bombarded by lists. In fact, before the list came out, you would think that all opposition MPs have taken the land and we are really a lost flock. Only for them to come up with a list with 5 to 11 people, most of whom are actually from the Chabangu camp. What is interesting about Bridget and is that Bridget, she came from the process of Chamisa. Bridget is otherwise credible. It did not been for the fact that she probably became a candidate, an MP in the CCC because of a connection to Chamisa's brother. So her political credentials were sexually transmitted. And then she is having problems with this sexual transmission of credentials. And she comes out and brings out a dump of what has been called to be facts, but someone has just fact-checked and said nobody actually paid any part of their 40,000 to Chamisa. So up to now, we're believing that maybe it actually happened. So my problem with Bridget is that Bridget is a hostile informant because number one, she is angry at her baby dead. And you know that is why they say hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Number two, she accepted a bribe from ZANU-PF open, and now she wants to justify this a bribe, what she took. And we are supposed to take the testimony from someone like that, like Matthew 12, verse 26. No, that's not how it works. Her testimony is inadmissible. It is only admissible for the people that want to fight against the opposition. We are going to hear more, I think, in the coming days, because what is the real issue is to discredit the opposition as an entity, and they will use any and every means what they can use. That we are going back to the process, the CISP that was used to select candidates for, is again running on that same line where you have got a set of people, some of whom we trust, that is the sad part, who are in a calculated way, an instrumental way, they want to make us believe that there's no opposition. Because what is it that they're interested in? They're not interested in telling us the truth. No. What is the truth? What they're interested in is to ensure that ZANU-PF as a status quo remains as it is, and there's nobody who can challenge it. And that is all they're trying to do. So we can hold as many spaces and we will hear many, many stories. But the issue is simply that we are having people who are setting the agenda to annihilate the opposition with our approval. And that is the sad part. I think
Right.
I'll just stop there because maybe I'll just keep on repeating myself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do appreciate. Thank you very much. Right. Right. Honorable Gift. Honorable Gift, are you there? Honorable Gift, can you say something?
Hello, Uncle Jeza.
How are you?
I'm fine if you are fine.
I'm good, Mkoma. Tungodardaro.
Yeah, ndinotendawo mandipawo mukana wekuti ndingotiwo turi panyaya iri mugango iyi.
Noted.
Could declare my interest so that we are clear to everyone else. In it, I'm an MP for Triple C who was elected under the leadership of President Nelson Chamisa. I was a relatively unknown figure politically, though I worked in civil society. The president didn't know me, but I became a candidate. I did not pay anyone to be a candidate, neither did the people I worked with in our cluster. Sanyati, Muzezwe, we knew each other, and those who worked with the people, those who won Pabereka Mwana, became our candidates. Kusvika taenda pa national election. Vakawina. Vasina kuwina, havana kuwina. But the issues of anyone else being appointed directly by President Chamisa, area kwedu we never experienced those. Kunze kokungonzwawo ichingoitwawo general talk without anyone else substantiating. That's number one. Number two, I think Zimbabwean society, tikatanga kutaura nyaya corruption is Zimbabwean society, I think there are a lot of surveys that have shown our levels of corruption to be very high as a society in Zimbabwe. Therefore, anything else that comes out of Zimbabwe right now, be it a church, a football club, is bound to be tarnished by either malpractices or elements that corrupt. And the political parties are not exempt. But to simply wake up and claim that a whole political party and its MPs have suddenly lost consciousness simply because they went into parliament is above being fair. It's something else that cannot be tolerated. I understand Uncle Mkoma Hopuyo kana vachitaura vachidi, but at times I wonder whether he's still that award-winning journalist or vangoveo a propagandist exist mukati medu. Mukanzwa vachitaura about opposition MPs, you would think kuti every one of the almost 80 opposition MPs has stopped doing their duties as things stand. Nyango vakaona tweet yavakanyora about mastands nekuita takafonerwa vedwe, everyone else thinking kuti the whole 80 of us are at Malberen izvo kwangova nevanhu 6 chete. But he then makes it sound as if everyone else is there and everyone else is corrupt. And at one point I once challenged him kuti Mukoma Hope, imimi you're a journalist. Everyone else in society right now vanotaura kuti journalism has gone to the dogs. But why are you still standing? It's because when we say journalism has gone to the dogs, there are exceptions. There are still people who stand and broker good stories, including Mkoma Hopo at times, including Anna Blessed Mhlanga at times. Saka nyangwe tichichema nema journalists at now tinoziva kuti there are some who are still alive to their duties and call journalism. And that same rule applies to the politicians. I don't think we should just think in black and white terms, but there are a lot of gray areas. This is why when I sit in parliament, I know there are some parliamentarians across the divide who are from ZANU-PF, but who do not agree with things like the 2030 agenda, with the levels of corruption, and with a lot of things that are happening. And likewise, there are most MPs, almost 60 CCC MPs right now, who still believe in the leadership of Nelson Chamisa, who still believe that they can work and fight for a better Zimbabwe, and they are doing every sacrifice that they can do each and every day to make sure that they try to counter the ZANU-PF machinations. Lastly, as I conclude, I just want to also dispel this notion and this rumor that that sitting MPs resisted the call to move out of parliament. I think that is a lie. Is Hopewell and some other guys who have been calling for MPs to leave parliament. And in order to put traction and weight to that call, they then tried to lie that it was Nelson Chamisa who said that. We talk to President Chamisa every other time, ever since he gave us the marching orders to go into parliament. He has never asked us to come out of parliament. No wonder why whenever there are these public functions, be they funerals, we get to interact with him and he recognizes us as much. When he has a fundraising dinner, we have a special place there. We go and play our part. There are a lot of activities, movements that are happening within the body politic right now. And the opposition MPs are still playing their part, recognizing the leadership of President Nelson Chamisa. If Nelson Chamisa whistles today to ask the 60 plus MPs to come out of parliament, I can assure you on the 6th of May, we will all hand in our resignation letters. But because our leader, the man who deployed us, has not made that call, even in our private conversations or publicly.
So now, so Honorable, are you telling me because Vachamisa Vakatizo is not part and parcel of CCC, and you say you are CCC. So if Nelson Chamisa comes out, today and makes a call for all the MPs to move out of Parliament, you are saying it is a decision that you will not blink about. You will just, come out of Parliament.
Exactly. I won't think twice about it. But I also want to say we still recognize Nelson Chamisa as an astute political leader in Zimbabwe today. Whether he's in Triple C or outside, we still believe is in his vision and his leadership skills. And I think his call makes a difference more than any other person's call. I thank you.
No, I hear you. Thank you very much. I hear you. Right. Honorable Casper Mateo, I hope you know you're there now.
Yes, Jed.
How are you?
Fine. How are you? I was just doing something here in Boera. So I hope the network. Yeah, plus we are doing some projects. I'm doing some projects, Kumusha.
All right.
Yeah, so I was here. So anyway, I'll just be 5 minutes because as you know, Jed, it's my birthday today. So
oh, happy birthday. Come on. You know what? If you were near, I would have thrown a Foster's, your way.
I know how much I love Foster's, but today I'll have something different.
I know.
So I'll be 5 minutes. I just want to I won't go into issues to do with Bridget or any other MP or President Chamisa, for the sake of respect. But I want to just say something in terms of the abuse I think that we MPs have been getting. First of all, I want to start to clear something about Nyema Stains. And it Nyema Stains, first of all, stains are surely part of the my conditions of service in my MPs. In the last parliament, I was in the last parliament, that's the 9th parliament, 2018 to 2023. What happened was the procedure of getting stains, you choose an area where you want to get a stand, right? We chose an area. Then you would then go to the municipality that you want the stand, and you get a letter from the Ministry of Local Government and Parliament saying under the Parliamentary Housing Scheme, this is where I want my stand. So I got a stand in the last parliament in Marondera because I chose Marondera instead. Now, with this time now, so what happened was on that meeting that took place in Mayborough, I was there. Now, let me tell you how that transpired. I was, the previous night, I was at the Korean ambassador's residence where he had invited my committee for dinner. Then I got a call from one of the parliament administrators and said that to me that, so we are now starting the 10th parliament housing scheme, right? So we are
Yes.
you are being invited to what? To a meeting at Melbourne shops. This was around, I think, around 8 in the evening. I got that call. Then I said, why are we changing the procedure from the previous parliament that we simply indicate to our chief whips and then letters come through via Ministry of Local Government and Parliament? And said, no, I don't know, but this seems to be a new procedure. So I went there thinking that obviously most MPs had received calls, or maybe it was hurried, because normally those things, when you get a request to a meeting from Parliament, normally it's done through a memo that comes out to MPs. But this time I got a call. So I was a bit suspicious, I want to be honest. But I went there to Melbourne. Then what pissed me off, the first thing was the deputy chief whip for ZANU PF was the one who was presiding over the meeting. Then did the slogan. Then I asked them, I'm sorry, but is this a parliamentary meeting or is just some caucus or whatever it is? And then they said, no, we have decided to. So there were a lot of ZANU PF MPs there, and Triple C, I could just count a handful. So then I asked, so is this now the new way that stands are being given? Because in my view, we should these things need to go via the opposition chief whip's office and then go to local government. So, and then I was told, no, stands have already been allocated. And then so you are being allocated this stand number whatever. Then I refused. Then I said in that meeting, I told them, I'm sorry, but
And was this allocation in the area that you had indicated, Yokumarundera,
no,
or it was
absolutely.
just,
No, it wasn't. It was somewhere in just close to Westgate. So
right.
I said to them that I do not need a stand in Harare or in March West near Parliament. I want a stand where I stay in Marondera. And that when the time comes, they must inform us like they did last time, the correct procedure of which people get stands. And then in that meeting, I then told them point blank that I am not going to accept this stand because I don't, number one, you have not, why has it been done clandestinely? You only called a few people. Why? They probably called leaders and people they fear, who they kind of fear in the opposition, that they are very out there. So I refused it on that principle. Now I want.
So okay. What came to mind when you discovered all these things? What do you think about the whole procedure, and what do you think was the agenda or the purpose of this whole procedure?
To be honest, I think it's a panicking. The regime is panicking in the sense that this whole security situation in the country, the whole Gaza issue and so forth. But for me, for once, I do not believe that there is going to be 2030. That I can assure you. You can write this down. There won't be any 2030. I just think it's absurd, and it just won't pass Parliament anyway. It won't be successful in Parliament. So I was a bit confused on the panic side to say, why is there like this rush to allocate people's stands very fast in a way that's not even procedural to what we are normally used to in Parliament?
So is it right, for when journalists, like Wopo was saying that these are bribes?
It's not a bribe to get a stand as a member of Parliament, just like all countries.
No. The way that because you said that you were called and you were told that the 10th Parliament, the housing scheme for the 10th Parliament was now being implemented, and yet because the knowledge that I have from previous MPs that said the process was if there are any people from the 28 from the 8th Parliament and 9th Parliament that did not received their land allocation, they'll be given first preference. And here you are being told that this is for the 10th Parliament
at 8 p.m.
Yes.
So Yeah. So and you are going there as a 10th Parliament, member,
Yeah.
and yet you've got an outstanding for from the 19th Parliament. So if he had accepted the 10th Parliament allocation, and then they'll come again tomorrow and say the 9th Parliament, areas, we are now sorting that
Yeah.
out. Where you going, to go, for that?
Let me just give you some information. I am a bit surprised.
Right.
I'm a bit surprised with that letter, honestly, from the local government, because everyone got a letter in the 9th Parliament. Everyone got a letter. But those who did not get stands by that time was because they had indicated places where they were told they had not no available stands. So every MP was on a list somehow for a municipality. But some municipalities like Harare, those who indicated that they wanted a stand in Harare, for example, most of them did not get those stands because Harare could not release any stands at the time. But for people who chose other towns like me, I chose Marondera, and everyone else who chose Marondera got stands in Marondera. Those who indicated Blawayo, Mutare, and so forth got stands.
So have you got a stand in Marondera?
I have a stand from the 9th Parliament in Marondera.
So you're also going to get another stand?
It's a condition of service.
Come on, guys. I mean, come on, guys. Can you not, that, turn, these away because you are down because you already have got, a stand. So it means that, if you go on in the next Parliament, the 11th Parliament, you also get another stand.
I did not create this, right? This has been.
No, I know you. I know you
even
didn't,
our
but
even the MPs you love a
no,
lot
but
from the past, have
tapping
all
into your moral
had that
conscience.
system. You know what I mean? This has been the norm since, I don't know, since 1980. It's like cars. It's like cars for MPs. They are given every 5 years. Every term.
But cars, we know that cars, depreciate in value. Come on now. Well, how about the land?
But
a land appreciates
this
in
is
value.
not my policy, right? This is Parliament policy for I don't know how long. So those MPs that have been in Parliament for God knows how long, probably receive stands all
So
those
what's
times.
your view on that policy?
Sorry?
What's your honest view about that policy?
I think it could be changed. It could be changed, but
do you want it to be changed?
Even if I want it to be changed, who am I? Judge, let's be serious, right?
Right. Okay. Go on. Continue with your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Then there was one other thing which I just wanted to clear. So the amount of abuse that MPs get is absolutely unnecessary. And I think that I work. I mean, most of my colleagues in the opposition are very genuine people, save for those probably who came late with those, the new ones and those procedures, if you know what I mean. But most of the people who joined Parliament, right? Who joined Parliament in 2023, most of those are very genuine people, and they really want change. And you know what? It's astonishing the amount of saying, all MPs are just there for corruption, for their own purposes, and so forth. That's not true, my brother. That's not true. Most people are actually genuine. If you know, I know them personally, and I know how genuine all these guys are about change in this country.
Right. No, I hear you. So, the last time that I think I read something of you disassociating yourself from the Watchmen faction, and you were saying that Nelson Chamisa is the best way forward, foot forward. So I just want to inquire, with you, where do you stand, right now?
I stand nowhere, to be frank with you. I stand on my own, and I'll explain why. I left the Nelson Chamisa camp, right, and joined the Watchmen camp, and I admit to that, right. Then there was me thinking that what Watchmen wanted was to take us to Congress so that people can go and elect their own leaders. But I then realized that he himself wants to stay on and be president for God knows how long. All right. So then I realized, you know what? There is no way that we are going with Watchmen. As for Chabangu, I have never joined Chabangu, and I'll never join him because I disagree with the recall that was done to the people and so forth. As for the Nelson Chamisa camp, it doesn't simply exist. The President Chamisa simply resigned. What I said basically was that for all the people now who are busy opposing ZANU-PF, I believe that Nelson Chamisa is probably the most genuine. He has a lot of errors, but I think in terms of the people who are there and opposing ZANU-PF, he is probably at the moment the best foot forward. I don't know in the future, but at the moment.
Right. Honorable Gift to say that if a call comes from Nelson Chamisa, right now, to say disengage, from Parliament, will you?
No, I won't.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jed. I need to go. I need to go and celebrate my birthday with a few Fosters now. Thank you, my brother. Enjoy.
Wow, thank you very much. I do appreciate. Okay. Woo! Right. Okay. Political philosopher. Do you want to come in? Political. Kurumidza imkoma hatina nguva. And you're not speaking as well. Vari kutaura here mukoma kana ndiri sikwanzwa?
Havasi kutaura languages.
Right. Mukoma political philosopher, there's something wrong, with your mic. So can I ask you, to come down, and then I'll bring you back up. Right. Regaiti mbozgo ninge kumadzimai. Right. Belinda, do you want to come in? Belinda? Akoman.
Uncle Jed, is it okay if I can just speak for like just maybe a few minutes?
Yeah, you come in. Okay, come in. Come in. What's
all right? Thank you. I just want to take you guys back. Sorry. Just 3 minutes. I know every time I speak, people get uncomfortable, but just 3 minutes. I agreed with what Hopal said. Tekutanga. All this goes back to Nelson Chamisa, and somebody, people were saying someone who said Panaba he resigned. No, he did not resign. If you resign in politics, it's not just writing a letter. You cannot just write a letter and say, "Nah, I'm out." No, exactly what Tsvangirai did to him is pass the baton on to the public. If you truly are out of politics, you say, "Okay, guys, but here." I'm entrusting this person to move on. He's doing a disservice to the people of Zimbabwe, and it's irritating for those what Hope was saying, my loyalists, Ekingo Penga, who just come here and just say, no, but he resigned, so don't keep him out of the space. No, you cannot do that. 2 million people trusted him, okay, because Tsvangirai gave him that baton. If he doesn't want any more, say who you're giving it to and move on. And no one, I promise you, no one will talk about you. No one will look for you. No one will talk about you anymore, Nelson Chamisa. If you say, my name is Nelson Chamisa, thank you very much. I'm giving the baton to Tom Jones, right? That's the one point I want to make. 2, I believe, this is something I wanted to ask Hopal on his thoughts, because I truly believe that Nelson Chamisa is a C10. Okay, I believe it 1000%. Okay, anyone who studied politics, I believe it, because when he came out with the bullet trains and then now everyone is just distracted, is because I believe he's a plant, and people cannot understand this, because then they'll say, why are you hating on him? Why are you always talking about him? That's exactly the strategy. That's exactly what he's doing is exactly the MO. That's exactly the strategy for doing that. And it's disappointing for those who give their last dollar. I only have $1 in my Eco Cash I'm going to send to fundraise something, when this guy has completely was never there, right? And I'll tell you, 2028 he'll be there, 20 whatever, right? As long as he lives, he'll be there distracting you guys. Will never be president, but distracting you guys, and you'll be frustrated, but that's exactly his mission, and that's exactly his goal. When he's asked directly, point blank, Mkoma, did you receive 20 million? A mosquito never takes. He's never direct. He's always evasive. He's never direct. And then you say, why are we always talking about him? We're always talking about him because people trust in him. People give hope in him. Second, Another plant I truly believe from the bottom of my soul is Fadzai. Fadzai is a true plant in opposition. And I'm sorry if I'm upsetting people, but she's a true plant. Why? Everybody knows her father was in ZANU-PF, grew up in ZANU-PF. She only went to Arundel because the government was paying for her fees to go to Arundel, right? So, and then now she's all of a sudden, people just trust her like she's an authentic opposition figure, right? And she's now just speaking somewhere out there. And if anyone who doesn't speak like her was not a plant, would they still be there? Where is Itai? Right? So Zimbabweans have selective dementia, selective what they want to accept or not. I'm going to land my plane just now, but this is the truth. And I know people will be like, I'm sure they're going to come attack me. I'm sorry if I upset people. This is my opinion, but we all know the landscape of Zimbabwe. Someone like Fadzai Mahere, how much he speaks, quote unquote, smack. There's no way she would still be standing if she was not a plant. Thank you very much. I'm landing my plane. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Champion.
Uncle Jez,
Max.
Uncle Jez,
Max Bana Max.
Uncle Jez,
chimbovharai mamaiki pavarume titaurewo hatisi pamakwikwi okuti mutidhistracte tipewo nguva sokukupai kwatinokuitai handitika. Chinhu chokutanga, nyaya iyi ndeyaBridget handiti. Saka iri nyaya yaBridget, vanhu vanofanira kudhila naBridget kwete kuti pane nyaya yaBridget vamwe vanodzokera kumastructures this and mastructures aivako apana chii zvose anga asiri mastructures here handiti. If I have got my own ad hoc structures, respect them and be able to say okay now kwete kuda nyaya yekuda kuti titwe hotspotted neregime kuti aiwa pakusina mastructures this and that. Saka vaingokaruka vangoorganiza here samashizha anodonha kubva kumhepo kana kuti anobva mumuti. Hatidi vanhu vanoita sokuti vanoda kuzvita vakangwara, nokuti tikazoda kuti tipinde mamuri munozotsamwa, right? Ende zivai futi kuti vanhu vakaita sana Champion, they don't care, they can do it. Kuti imi makagadzira zvimaGIE zvenyu zvakaita sechikokiyana chikafa without 7 days, handiti no one ask you anything, no one even get even angry or whatsoever offended about it. But we do have got people wanaya panapa no chakazodai Chamisa kana iwe uchigona pinda muraundi, handiti iwe uri kuita sere, handiti kumukomana uri kuda kunyengawo bhebhi iwewe chipindaka urambweka kana warambwa tokusekawoka. I think hope we must be told that kuti shamwari pinda mugame wokonewa nechai chako tokuseka chaita sechikokiyana. It will be fair. I don't even care because handisi kuya panapa paspace panapa nokuda kuti ndazopuwa airtime kana kuti data nomwe munhu. I am coming here because of my convictions. That's number 1. 2. Handifungi kuti nyaya yebereka mwana this and that. Iwewe if you were not part of it, havakupindapo. Ora yanga yakashata. Saka tingaramba here chingoti bereka mwana. We have got people who are ossified with the things of the past. Munoziva kuti izvezvi zvitirikutaura kuti kune ZANU-PF inongofunga hondo. Tinavo vana nana baba nana mama izvozvi vari kuramba vachidzokera kumashure kuti no ngatimbodzokera kubereka mwana this and that. What do you offer right now? Hauna. Inongova Chamisa kana wafunga kuti udaita mwana Chamisa kuda kudana
Mind you, night is one. Oh dear. My phone here where night is one.
Vadona Uncle Jez.
Oh no. All right. All right. Belinda.
Uncle Murise,
Muise zviri sei?
muyatsondinzwa ndamboreceiva call ipapa volume yangu ita low kwandiri but mukundinzwa.
Vaudzei kuti varege kupota vachikufonera.
Anyway, inzwai munzwa. Inini ndikuita problem ndateerera zvaka presentation yaHopeWall. But ndikuita problem yekuti there's a thin line between journalism now nemakuwa. Right. Kana ateerera arikuti akateerera zvakataurwa naBridget handiti. Pakabva panzi pabuda zvinhu zvakawanda, which is fair enough according to statement yanga yataurwa naBridget. But iye as a journalist haukwanisa here kuuya neevidence. Nini kwandiri kufungawo kwangu kuti angadai auya neevidence uncle. Dai auya neevidence yekuti Ningina zvaakaita pakauya nemazita avanhu vachinzi varisiva mastenzi. We expect him kuti sajournalist award winning for that matter kuti auye neevidence yekuti ningi vakabhadhara for example kuna Chibaya kuti vadai kuti kuna Chamisa said kuti ndozvakaitika. But kuti uye pasina evidence yakadaro azvibatsiri. And somebody else mentioned yakutanzi pane 20 million. Kana mimi uncle mukiti inini makandipa 20 million. Inini ndakapuwa nje ndofana kuprove kuti iwo wakandipa ndofana kuprove kuti ndakamupa this is the transaction ndakamupa mtu wakati. So some of the things zvatenga takutangira yangu propaganda kungoti sometimes unofana kuzvibvunza kuti zviri kumeka sense yekunzi ndakapuwa 20 million ekudhanya uriwe kunzanzi iye ngaaburitse ari kunyarirei akamupa wacho kanjia anofana kuita kuti akapuwa musi wakati. So I mean in all these things I think Hopo needs to maintain his journalism nekuva kuda kuita propaganda. I think kuonawo kwangu zvandaobservawo zvangu ndakadai ndaona kunge pane thin line between the two. And there's another thing as well tekuti kana tichari ma-opposition parties it's always about Chamisa. But Monzora akapuwa mari yeparty funds, nobody will ask you accountability, right? And I don't know kuti akapuwa watchman havabvunze izvo mari kushandei asi nyaya yekunzi pakaita mota ye122 pakaita ma20 billion asi kubuda but mari yeparty fund imari taxpayers money imari yakawanda. No one is asking for accountability. Ene mazita mamwe ekuti vana PT participated mubereka mwana, you will never mention them. Vana hwende varimo havatauri. Chamisa choka kuti ane selection kuti ngaasatauri but kana achitaura ngeyati ane selection vanhu vangada kuramba achingopainta black vamwe achivasiya but vanhu according to nezvise zvichiitika vanhu vanga vari vamwe chete mutimu vakaenda through the process and everything vari vamwe chete vamwe vakasara vamwe vakabuda but iye kana achitaura nyaya dzake it's always about Chamisa achisiya vake mafavorites. So tinenge tichiona idu kumashure but just that my view ndokuonawo kwangu zvangu uncle. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Sorry, Ningina, let us step away. Right. A political philosopher, do you want to come in?
Yes, Uncle Jedza. Ndakunzwika.
Yes.
Thank you so much for giving me this platform. And I want to say greetings to all Zimbabweans. Inini Uncle Jedza zvandawira panapa inyaya yecorruption inoitika muZimbabwe, especially kuma-states. I think mukazoteerera ma-platforms enyu Uncle Jedza ndakambozvitaura long back issue yema-states kuti kuri kubiwa ma-states kanzi political philosopher evidence yacho iri kupi. I'm glad kuti nhasi zvaakubuda. Then kune issue yange ichitaurwa yevanhu vaibhadhara kuti vamire ma-candidates. Pana vauya vakati isusu hatinombobhadhara ndezvekunyeba but inini kuziva kwangu kuti wiki nechivhai mukamuti ari kuba mari anotorambawo. You understand? Hakuna munhu anombobvuma kuti zvakadai so inini Uncle Jedza zvandingashuwira hangu sezvo mine a big platform yakadai so semaZimbabweans tiri kuda change muZimbabwe. Why tisikambosheedzi maspika emacancelors nema-MPs anga ari kuopposition vanonga vabvuma varamba vombouya vombotiexplainira ma-issues ekubiwa kwema-states because ndezveshuwa vanhu ava impavha vanhu vari kuopposition impavha. And inini problem yangu yandinawo nema-member of parliament nema-councillors akawanda akaselectwa ndezvekuti akawanda acho akaappointwa Uncle Jedza. Kwai kuine selection yaizoitwa mudheni yozonzi kana mazobva kuma-community kwenyu kwamunonga machuzwa kwekuine munhu aizochuza kuti iwo chipinda iwo usapinde iwo chipinda iwo usapinde ndosapa izobuda mastatement ekuti we have ring fenced our councillors and our MPs, meaning to say kuti corruption irutwa nema-MPs nema-councillors right now, we have to blame leadership ye-Triple C. We have to blame leadership ye-Triple C because ndo wakati promise wakati vimbisa this time tiri kugadzira mukaka zvainzi cream, so ikazotadza kuita cream rikaita mbodza rikaita bota, we have kushora to blame vangavatipa confidence yekuti this time takupai cream, right? Kushora zvireve kuti tiri kushora kuti mangwana hatichakudii kana kuti mangwana hamusisipo, kumbo highlighta pamakanganisa kuti tsoro iyaya yakafira apa. Even mwana chaichai akaenda kuchikoro akafail assignment, teacher pane paanomaka kuti apa pakakanganisika apa pakakanganisika, so that you do better. So ma-citizens patinotanga kutaura patitaura kuti apa nhinga akakanganisa apa nhinga akakanganisa, don't take it as if he hate. It's because we want it to be much better so that we can defeat ZANU-PF. As we speak right now, zvaitaura Mugabe zvazvo ndezveshuwa kuti if you want to destroy opposition, just cause division. Hanzi uchida destroy opposition chingwe saka division imomomo, and it's over. Right now, apana ma-citizens ari kumbotaura zvakafanana. Kune tumapoka uyu haabatwi uyu anonzi ngaabatwe, uyu anotukwa uyu haatukwi, uyu anotukwa uyu haatukwi. Izvozvizvi tsamba yanyorwa naNyandoro, right? Ataura haana kana evidence yaisa, asi munhu wese atombavha. Kune vamwe vasitori mbavha, asi mbavha dziriko mukanzo muyami, mbavha dziriko. Uyu akauya panapo wani mukamutanga mutsunyira kuti doingi akataurwa kuti kune nyaya dzemastenzi ari kubiwa. Ndo vanhu vamunofanira kumbobvunza kuti wari kuba mastenzi ndiani, and trust me, nyaya ihombe angojedza. The same way iri kucomplaina ma-citizens neissue yaWiki neuchivhaya, ndo the same way atinofanira futi kucomplaina nema-issues emastenzi anoitika kuma-opposition, especially kukanzo, because mukaita selective corruption yacho ka hamufi makaipedza. Atif takaipedza, right now we are not supposed to sugarcoat my leaders edu. Right now it's time for us to ask them to be accountable. As needs, but you need to be honest with you. When I want to be accountable, why? Because most of them planned one is ZANU-PF, including one munotofarira wacho mimi munototi ndo mabhiza edu. Script ndo garanje zvitaura kuti script, but zvinoitika ndezvoti evidence yacho iripi. So does it mean kuti iwo kana usikazivi chinhu chisina evidence ndechekunyeba? Does it mean kuti vanhu vari kutaura zvavari kutaura ndezvekunyeba? Hopewell, yes, ane maissues ake, but chanyeba Hopewell ipapapo chaanyeba ini ndatishaya because ndezvechokwadi. Tendai Biti, for example, akabudiswa muParliament. Zvanzi Mwari ati hanzi handichadi kuti ma-leaders angariko kuna Tsangirai apinde muParliament, afana kuita ma-elders. Hanzi Holy Spirit yadaro. Tendai Biti akabudiswa nenyaya yekuti anga ari kuinvesta Tagwirei. Kwabva tabudisa Tendai Biti. Ndiani member of Parliament aibudisa nyaya dzecorruption more than Tendai Biti? But maZimbabwe ndati arohwa Tendai Biti adyiwa. But guys, zvinhu zvakarongwa. ED is a master planner. Manzwere akachironga chinhu chake zvekuti tikasangwarira isusu ndiri kukuudzai 2030 inosvika vanhu vachipanana zvinhu zvavo zvichingoitika zvatiri kuita. Every time paspace tiri kuya panapa, we are not in solidarity. Tese maZimbabwe tine manarrative akasiyana ekunyeba neekunyeba. Zvafana mudhara abanzi mudhara nambouya panapa, ndaukanganisa rake aiposta mavideos ekunyeba musi wa31 March uya. Angati hanzi nini nezuro zvaitaona naUstalos Ryan's naUstalos ndini mudhara andakangana zita rake. Mudhara anonyeba uya. Akomanaka ngatimire kunyebera ma-citizens, ngatimbomire nechokwadi. Kana imi mati ma-member of Parliament nema-councillor nema-leaders vari corrupt, ngatimboasiye paside. Ngati-investigate isusu ma-citizens tiri pamwepo kuti ngatimbotsvage nyaya idzi, because hapana pavachaya vachikudzai kuti zveshuwa takaba. Vanoramba. Nhasi tiri panapa because of my poor decisions akaitwa mu-Triple C. That's why we are here today. because of poor decisions. Zvanga zviri so immature. Tichibva movement ya Dr. Mugen Richard Tsangirai taifamba na Mugen na may his soul rest in peace. Nawatsangirai. Tikapinda mutriposi makaitwa poor decisions, but we don't want to accept. Now we are waiting for the new. The new actually got food poor decisions. I think, guys, we have to be sober-minded and have sense of truth and say, guys, ngati mboti munhu wese haasi mutsvene pasi panapa. Hakuna munhu asingatadzi. Ngati mboti munhu wese akatadza. So what's the way forward? Not kuramba tichiti uyu haana ba, musamunyebere, uyu haana, why musikadi kuti anyebere? How do you know kuti ari kunyeberwa? Munoti hanzi uyu hope ngaunzi evidence. Why muri kuda evidence yezviri kutaurwa? Why muri kuda evidence? Because muda kuziva, right? Mbavha yakangwara cover evidence. Chiziva izvozvo kuti evidence is not easy to find. Asi chokwadi chichabuda pachena kumagumo kune nyaya ndezveshuwa kuti dzimba mastenzi ari kubiwa kukanzlo. It's true. Ndakambozvitaura angojedza madhezi acho zvikanzi unonga uchizvionepi tipe evidence ichasvika pakubuda mbijana mbijana. Fambai angojedza, fambai narobhora wachasvika pakufumurana wega. I'm telling you, fambai musafe makadzura tsvimbo angojedza. And angojedza, I want you inini ndichigara zvangu pasi, I want you angojedza to remain neutral, because kune vamwe vanhu muchashokekana manzveri angojedza. Kune vamwe vanhu right now kuti ndita notochikototukwawo kuzi wakazvione ndotukwa, but inini ndichadzoka ndakudze kuti angojedza vanhu vaya maakutsvawo vatinoda pamoyo apa, vatinotofunga kuti pamwe ndo alternative yemuZimbabwe iscript raED. Manzeri, he's a political mastermind mudharo yewe. We have to remove,
right, okay.
We have to remove him, but we are not going to remove him with the type of opposition nevanhu vari panapa Twitter vanoramba vachingosaidzira vanhu vari muopposition impavha, and mbavha ndiani akadzisa mbavha dzinoiswa nedzimwe mbavha. Handiti right now zvigananga zvakaiswa nani, zvigananga zvakaiswa naED, ko mbavha dziri mukanzo dzakaiswa nani? Ndagara hangu pasi.
Magwikwi, right? Lenzo, really say.
Uncle Jesus, how are you? Yeah, sometimes, this is where we are today as a country. Yeah, I know all the frustrations are coming from my brother. Yeah, we need to move. You cannot say AD is a political master stroke. I don't believe that. AD has managed to capture everything from the judiciary, the military. You talk of the Air Force, the prison, and whatever. So to call him a mastermind, that's sick. Anyway, we know what Mnangagwa is after. Mnangagwa doesn't want to relinquish power. He's there like what Mugabe used to do. 2028 strategy to frustrate the citizens so that the people will say, no, we don't want to go for any vote. And all this is there's this agenda setting theory already set up by the regime to try to divert people from the corruption being orchestrated by weakness of. We see him giving cars like confetti whenever he goes, wherever he is. So it's a strategy to divert people. I know ED managed to capture even the opposition. Not all of them have been captured, but there were people who were identified. People like this, Bridget, Nyandoro, whatever. So you can see that the allegations are baseless, foolish, and dishonorable allegations. They're very, very stupid and psychotic. You don't miss everybody. Is there any kind of evidence, the prima evidence to be brought forward and implicate those people who shared money with Nelson Chamisa? I want to try to bootlick him right now. I want to bootlick Nelson Chamisa. He's one of those leaders who doesn't want to see all this nonsense. I think there are people who are waiting to hear such kind of story that you got millions of dollars maybe from Emmerson Mnangagwa's regime. That's nonsense. This is just a strategy to frustrate the people. I know the people get tired of going for another election in 2028, and Mnangagwa will sail through with his mission to go for the 2030 agenda. We know what Blessed Geza did trying to stop it, but he must be somebody else. Okay, he tried his party to stop all this nonsense, but I believe he needs all our support to stop all this 2030 agenda. We know Emerson Mnangagwa is captured Sengezo Chabangu. Is under the Idris armpits right now. So the regime is just trying to frustrate everything. It's a rocking boat. Yeah. And ndoponoona kuti hakuna kwatiri kuenda. So what should be done? That's what we should be thinking about to do. What are we supposed to be doing under this scenario, under this political environment? What are we supposed to do as citizens? That's where the problem is. So we need to start crafting answers on what to do now, because ED can run and run and run, but he cannot hide. The darkest hour is in the dawn. So it's not going to be an easy stroll in the park, but we need to take action and put all our boots on the ground and to make sure that we face the elephant in the room. We cannot talk, of course, of what Brekamwana did, what Chamisa did. It's way under the bridge. It's water now under the bridge. So we should be strategizing right now. Everybody's got his own mistakes. And what we are supposed to be doing, what if Chamisa dies today? Are we short of people who are going to lead the country? Are we short of people who are going to lead the opposition? How can we say Chamisa is still in the leadership? Akatungamira 2 million people and he cannot just live like that. What if he dies today? Are we going to take his dead body and start asking questions? That's nonsense. That's bullshit. Anyway, I'm surprised. Uncle James, I yield my mic.
Next time, we don't go to BS.
Okay. Thank you, Uncle James, for that correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ngoma Lenzo. Thank you very much. I do appreciate. Right. Regard from Biremberi, ladies and gentlemen. I want to get as many people as possible, to speak. So please, do not lose that. I will make sure that I come to you. Because there's so many people that had been on the platform and waiting to speak, so I'll just giving them the opportunity to do so. Right. So can I bring in Atishada into the conversation?
Thank you so much, Uncle. And I won't take long. I want to first speak about Shataurwa Shekunzi, Zimbabwe in a binary politics, to question that, because what happened in 2020 was Chamisa akabviswa from MDC. If that concept was true, he would have had to come back as MDC or come back as ZANU PF to figure out a way to do that. But it is defeated because he started something that was brand new, and MDC stayed in existence and was part of who he was competing with. So that already defeats that, because that's not the same concept. You can only have the two. So what that means is anybody else too can just also start something and do the same thing that he did, come back and challenge Triple C, remove them, still their people, whatever they do. So it's not binary. That's number one. And then my very last point is this way we are as a nation? We're not having the bigger conversation of, we have a member of parliament who is not saying, Andina, I'm not corrupt. She is saying, I am corrupt and they are corrupt too. We need to really, really ponder on this. Kuti ndopata shika. Even Dambudzo Trabablas, akatotsvagawo praise and worship team yake akanzi are you a front, akati front handina front, haasi front yangu, muri kuona front. Akatorambawo hana kuti ivo vane mafront avo wani. Akatotaurawo pane zvimwe zvinhu zvaakatoona kuti izvi zvika hazvitaurike. There's a law that I cannot sink to. But here we are. We have a member of parliament. Asiri kuti andibe andina kuba. Ari kuti ndakabana 8 makuseni when the sun was up. Ivo vachatobawo. This is the equivalent of mufundisi wako abatwa aine girlfriend ovati iye wacho akandibatawo aive ne-girlfriend. Saka ngatipfuurei mberi. This is just ridiculous. We're not really talking about the level of the level of depravity our politicians, especially in the opposition, have sunk to. Because if we do that, I think we might look at Nelson Chamisa with eyes of knowing Kuti, he had nothing to work with. There was just no way to work with those people. I yield.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Nyasha, you want to come
Thank
in?
you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Nasi andina mashoka kati one day I'll just get straight to the point, Uncle. Journalist when you is very good in talking. Sometimes he says things that make sense. Sometimes he says things that don't make sense. Now it comes back to the point where Uncle Patino Tarakuti, the reason why Chamisa he doesn't give interviews to other people or other journalists in Zimbabwe. It now comes to that. Makujuona why Chamisa is like that. He doesn't give people that platform. Because whatever Chamisa says, someone will quote it in a wrong way and interpret it in a wrong way. You understand? That's why he doesn't give people my interviews. Us, Uncle, those that are close to Chamisa, we know Chamisa very well. Of course, Panyayeberika Mwana, it was a wrong move. But I will tell you something, Uncle, that will shock you. People expect Chamisa to be everywhere at once. Chamisa is not God. He can't be omnipresent everywhere. Kana vanhu vaita bereka mwana kwachirumanzi uko, how was Chamisa going to be there to come and attend kuti vanhu vaite zvakanaka? Uncle, I once said this to you through Facebook on your live. I said people took advantage and people used Chamisa's name in wrong platforms. Others were going and saying the president said, iye Chamisa vasina kusangana naye. At least I'm glad some candidate confirmed kuti they met Chamisa by induction. Saka some of these people you will be shocked kuti pakaitika game irerere kune timu raifamba richiisa vanhu vavo. For example, I can speak in Bulawayo. There's someone that I know akaibhadhara vanhu kuisa makwisa vanhu and we stopped it. Nana promise Mkwananzi, you can witness that. Nana Ostalos, we stopped that because people were using that platform kuisa hama dzavo. They wanted to do whatever they wanted to do. Saka zviri kuitika izvi, when it comes back to Bridget, nyaya dzemubedroom ngadzigare mubedroom, ngadzisauye kupublic nokuti wakuonana nani wakuda kupinza Chamisa pese pese. This thing of people calling Chamisa this, Chamisa ita so, Chamisa is a C10, Fatsaima is a C10. Can those people come with that proof? Vaise panapa kuti vatiudze kuti Chamisa muCID kupi muC10 kupi. You know, it's very funny that Zimbabweans, whenever someone doesn't agree to your opinion, they love to call people C10. They love that very well. There's a speaker here I was listening to her. She was just babbling nonsense. If you don't like Chamisa, you don't like Fadzai, it's your own fault. Don't blame it on everyone. We know that no one, Zimbabwe, not everyone in Zimbabwe would love Chamisa. Not everyone hates Chamisa. This charade of people trying to push a narrative about Chamisa, they have tried and they failed. If people had read the letter that Chamisa tendered when he resigned from CCC and read the reasons why he left CCC, people would understand. Chamisa stated all these things, rikitika kwevanhu vari kutora ma40,000, and people were warned. Anke Chamisa told people in a meeting kuti regai kutora maridzi dziri kuuya, regai kutora maridzi. But people chose, that's why I said the other time, Kuti, problem we vote for people that go into office very hungry. That's what is happening. Saka some of these people anki vakangowana mukana wokuti tapindawo nesu toda kudyawo mari, toda kudyawo mota, vowana zvavari kuwana. But let us stop. People are diverting from the issue. Kuti tifocus nenyaya ye-corruption iri kuitika muZimbabwe, the things that Wicknell has done. But we are busy focusing on one man. Iye wacho ari kutotaura dzakewo nyaya dziri kumbotaurwa nani iye award winning dzake dziri kutaurawo nani. Comfort came akataura nyaya dzakedza. Unoona kuti some people are very good in producing evidence dzisina basa anti. But let Zimbabwe, let us go back and deal with the issues of corruption. The problem in Zimbabwe is not Chamisa. The problem in Zimbabwe is Mnangagwa and ZANU PF and his whole government. That is the problem in Zimbabwe. Chamisa is not in any public office. Chamisa is not the president of Zimbabwe. But we are busy wasting time. Chamisa this, Chamisa that, Chamisa this. Chamisa is always trending almost every day. If the man has resigned, if people had read the letter that he tendered, they would understand why he left and why these things are happening. We spoke about this planning of taking over Triple C. We told Chamisa, and yet to resign. Because this thing and the people that are ejecting this thing, and this is what is happening. They are coming in, they're taking stands. And uyu mumwe ari kutaura ari kuramba chingoti Chamisa every day. Problem haasi kutaura vana bhururu vake vana Scala vana Ngarivume naNabiti. He is not putting them panyaya dzese dzibereka mwana when it comes to that. He's not talking about them, but he's focusing on Chamisa. Kune vanhu vavaida kuti vapinde papaya havana kuzopinda. That's the whole sikasi yese iri kuitika. Why are they not talking about kuti kana tichitaura na Triple C kati ngatisataura na Chamisa? Let us talk about Tendai Biti. Let's talk about Welshmen because they are also presidents in that party. Let us talk about them. Kune vanhu vaidiwa kuti vapinde muzvigaro. Some of these people you have to be careful kuti those are the same people that wanted those people to go into that to be MP so that they can get whatever they promised each other. But some of their favorite lost. That's why this charade yokutuka Chamisa left, right, center, people are coming up with it. Chamisa, he knew the people that he was dealing with. Kana kune mari dzaitorwa, let all those MPs vakapa vanhu mari vauye kuchinzi mari yemukuru yaipiwa mukuru. Let those come forward and produce that man. But people are focusing on the wrong thing, Anki. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Okay. In other news, this is coming from the EU. Zimbabwe is over $21 billion in debt and arrears with bilateral and multilateral creditors. Several years ago, the government of Zimbabwe initiated a commendable arrears clearance and debt resolution process to address the situation. It is disappointing to see that Zimbabwe has not upheld its own commitments under this process, particularly regarding the expansion of civic space. The enactment of the PVO amendment bill without concluding consultations to address the concerns of civil society organizations has further reinforced negative trends in governance. As a consequence, the European Union has decided to discontinue its planned targeted 2025 funding in support of the government's good governance initiatives under the structured dialogue framework. The EU remains engaged and ready to reconsider its position should the government demonstrate a genuine commitment to meeting the governance targets outlined in the process. So that is a fallout following the government of Zimbabwe's decision, or Emerson Mnangagwa's decision, to ascend the PVO bill into an act. Right. Anyway, Nangoti news coming in from elsewhere. Right. Mkoma Henry Jaji, should he say?
Uncle Jed, how are you?
I am good.
Thank you so much. Zvinhu zvataurwa panapa zvakawanda saka submission yangu all over the place, but problem yandinofunga kuti tinayo as a country is more on kuti we are always in an election mode through and through. Tinopedza election tobva tatotanga kupinda mune imwe election, hapana time yenhingirikini yedevelopment, hapana time yereflection on zvanga zvamboitika kumashure. President Chamisa resigned from Triple C. Whether we agree or disagree with the move, but fact is he resigned. Then I don't know vanhu vakamboenda kumabasa kuti pane here anoti kana akuresigna anozoti pandaresigna chiisa inhingi panzvimbo pangu. As I leave, I'm resigning, but imimi vasara isai ningi. That is what these guys are pushing him or trying to force him to do. That's anoint someone to take over. The guy said, I'm resigning from Triple C. He didn't say he's resigning from politics. He is on record saying he will come back with what he is terming the new. Those close to him probably know what he is doing background with what he wants to bring. In a democratic country like ours, munhu une right yekusapota wauri kuda. Like when you feel, but this guy animal weaknesses akawanda, you are free to go to the next person. I don't understand this idea where you don't agree with someone, but you can't let him be. You don't agree with someone, you're always behind him. Kuti itachete chinja zvauri kuita ndikusupport. You can agree or disagree with someone and go for whoever you think is doing zvauri kuda. So issue yebereka mwana, personally, there were a lot of issues I didn't agree with Pairi. But when you look at the opposition politics, we never had a process candidate selection isina kumbobvira yaita ari kucomplaina. Even paitwa ma-primary elections, people would still come and say vamwe vakabribwa, there was vote buying, it was not fair, especially those who have lost the process. So munhu wese, those who were deployed through Bereka Mwana, when they were being deployed, they accepted the process. If the process was that bad, vaifana kungoramba kuti guys, inini, because of my principles, I cannot be deployed through this process. But if one participated and went on 5 stages participating, only to complain after what go through, then I find it to be not being honest. So this is the challenge that we have, whereby we want to have our cake and also eat it at the same time. I don't think it's possible. Issue of corruption, it's a very big problem yatinayo, which needs to be tackled by every right-thinking Zimbabwean. We need to find a way and have a conversation on how we deal with corruption. But getting it from my sister Bridget at this point in time, given the circumstances whereby probably she's fighting with ex, and when people are fighting, they say everything. I mean, when you are fighting, especially my circumstance, you throw everything, you throw pans, you throw pots, you bring everyone into that conversation. Everyone here knows kuti even ukarambana nemudzimai wako anongoti vanhu vekwajaja havaiti, including my brothers probably who were not there in the conversation. It's common to say vanhu vekwanhinga havaiti, hazvirevi kuti dzinza rese rakakutadzira. Unogona ngoune zvaunoziva kune the person you were with, but it doesn't follow that everyone else is like that person. She may be having facts, she may not be having facts, but I don't think a record yake, given the state she is in, whereby she's bitter, whereby there are fights that are going on, or there are fights that may have happened, I don't think we can have an unbiased assessment from here. She mentioned a lot of people, and my sister Joanna, Anna Denford, they have a right to also defend themselves. But the challenge yatinayo ndeyekuti tikapota tichiti munhu akataura chinhu tochitora as at face value without evidence, tinoita nyika yemakuhwa yekungoti guhwa rese raitwa, we run with it without substantiating it. Munhu akaclaima that something is happening, they should bring evidence so that tiwirirano nazvishuwa zvataura izvi taita se tazvinzwa. So with that, I think there is a challenge there. We can just read for stories and for laughs, but to then take it seriously, kuti nokuti zvakataurwa naningi tisina evidence, then it's a challenge. I also wanted to comment nenyaya yema MPs. I think there are two MPs I listened to. One anga achiti kana President Chamisa vakauya vakatibuda muparliament ndinobuda. One thing I picked from that, ndechekuti probably is genuinely a supporter President Chamisa, but I don't think he is being honest kuti vamboresigna vanozodzoka futi vomuti buda. I think his position is not coming out of parliament. Not to say I'm calling for MPs to come out of parliament, no, but my belief is an MP, in as much as wakasainirwa nepati vanhu vakakudeploya vanhu vakakuvhotera, you also need to go back to the people who voted for you and hear them out, because we cannot then vote you into an office and then you go there, you no longer listen to us, you're then waiting for only President Chamisa to say come out, even if the people who voted for you think that you're no longer serving their purpose in that parliament. So it's a difficult situation. I don't believe everyone who is in parliament akatengesa. I don't believe that. The other guys vandinototaura navo vandinofunga kuti vachiri on course, but at the same time I think tine challenge yekungoti vanhu kana vatongopinda, it's now difficult. I don't think vacho variko vacho pakawana constituency inotidzoka vanodzoka, because in any case our laws haadaro kuti munogona kuti even mukagunun'una kuti because personally as a where I'm speaking, where I voted, I don't think my MP is still representing me in that parliament. So if I were to advise my MP, I would say come out, because I don't think he's still representing me. But iwe anogona kuti aiwa ine ndakamirira vachamisa kuti vanditibuda, achitoziva kuti vachamisa hapana pavachauya vachimutibuda.
Yeah. No, I hear you that one.
So that is a challenge. What platform are they expecting vachamisa kuti vauye vatibuda? Then panga pane issue yekuti kwakaitwa madhina tinozouya tinenge tine zvigaro zvedu. I did not find that to be true from my own understanding. I think vakaenda mukuru avako ku Triple C vanoita dhina yavo as an independent person aroda kuita reach out to vanhu vari less privileged, vachaita imwe futi. Vanhu vakacontributa, they are contributing not in their capacities as MPs or as a leader or anywhere, they are participating.
Is this indeed the annual Christmas thing, that he was referring to?
Yes, he was referring to the annual Christmas dinner. I found it to be honest, to say tinenge tine zvigaro zvedu ikoko. That will cause problems, Uncle Jed, if a new organization or a new movement, I don't want to put organization, if a new movement is to be launched, munhu akati isusu kwama muri pasabatika kuti atine zvigaro zvedu anozongodzoka achazoda kuuya nechigaro ichocho, which would then cause a lot of problems. So that is my view. With my brother Hope, I don't really understand. I think the issue is no longer about journalism. I don't think the issue is. I think the issue is no longer about informing the public. I think upon a personal fight. It's my analysis. It's don't quote me on it. I don't know. Could you pan a personal fight? But in a feeling, just reading comments. Unfortunately, ndaka blog askama mwacho nomazo maona posto. But ndikufungidzira kuti panenge paine bad blood whereby he tries to push vachamisa into every conversation. And I think futhi fact yekuti avamuresponde directly inogona kupahasha. You know, when you are poking someone and he is not responding, you end up kuti ningataura atumwa, ningataura rutaura inini, you know. But he's a journalist, not just a journalist, an investigative journalist. He is supposed to be coming up with evidence to everything that he says, because that's his job. He says, I'm an award-winning investigative journalist. He can't come with hearsay. He can't come with just words. Ndo basa rake. We want hard facts to everything that he says. It's disappointing to have the one who claims to be the most experienced, the best investigative to be challenged every day in a you cannot you at level and still base on hearsay. You cannot be at that level and base on nyaza waudzwa probably nemusikana weku South Africa mdege. We cannot do that. He needs to be bringing hard evidence as a journalist, and then we from there we start giving respect where respect is due. From there we start believing, okay, so sure, these are the facts. Tingarai tiri panapa ango tiri ku debate evidence that we have been given.
Right. Okay. Thank you very
Thank you so
much. I
much.
appreciate.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
You know, Joanna Momombe 2 hours ago posted and says hashtag hands off Harare West. 40 stands allocated in Meberin. I hear some coming in Marlborough. All this without community consent. They want to destabilize us. I have survived West storms, and no smear campaign will distract me. We fight for our wetlands and our third space sports center. So that was Joanna Momombe about 2 hours ago. And Denford as well, he did post something which I think I made reference to when I started this space, and that was in response to Bridget, I want to believe. And there's even a talk of a lawsuit that is coming. But he said yesterday, Bridget Nyandoro, MP for Southerton, is a psychiatric patient and she urgently needs help. The proposed Meberin Community Sports Center, which you have been allocated as a residential stand, is a public resource. We will not let it go without a big fight. Nothing political. So these are the two individuals that are being referred to in the in that letter to Oppo that was posted on Facebook by Bridget. Right. So thank you very much. Can I bring in Chido of Zimbabwe, please? Can you come through?
Thank you, Mkoma Chetsa. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm always like this person who's just a normal person. Until now, I'm a politician, into politics that much. Because we're just general people on the streets. But Mkoma Jets and Kumpirao, it's just a request. Some of these people, you see these things, what they're doing is only trying to cause mistrust in a party that I believe could possibly even out the grounds for us general Zimbabweans. Saka mukada kunyanya kuvapa tension vanhu vacho avaka munogumisira makuita singe mapenzi, because somebody ndinogona kumuka mangwana ndakatotanga kutaura kuti Mukoma Jedza vava vachidanana nemunin'ina wangu izvozvi vane mwana kuSouth, and at the end of the day it's just going to be something that will take precedence over the real problems that we Zimbabweans are facing. So some of these people should just be ignored because we already know who they are and where they are standing and what they believe and what their principles are standing as. Me, I love to just block them and ignore and never hear about them because they're just people who I think at this moment are just trying to disrupt something that needs That is very important, which is the unity that Triple C needs right now. And we need you guys to be in unity so that, sorry, my other phone, sorry. We need you guys to be in unity so that when we can support you, we can go and vote for you guys. But to not Mbatane, I mean, like the principled ones, Mbatane, and stop pointing fingers at each other, stop fighting, stop throwing stones at each other, because it's not going to help anything. It's only going to start mistrusting. You're going to start mistrusting your brother, start mistrusting your sister because of somebody who's just said things. That's my opinion. I hope I don't offend anyone.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, it's fine. No. It's your reaction, my sister. Thank you very much. I do appreciate. Right, Nino, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, plus.
Nino.
Eish.
Yeah, did you say?
Hey, I'm a one. Paraipa. Mana, paraipa.
Magwigwere mngoma.
Mino tinobudera pa umana. Aiwa.
Manetsane aba mngoma. Tanyanzo kuvhiringidza yaba
Mana
chicheche.
ZANU-PF virutonesa moto mana. Tese tiri kungomama utaura chokwadi.
Apologies for the language.
Kusara vane maconnection vari kudla vachiguta nemhuri dzavo. But guys, zvimwe zvinhu zvongodawo common sense. So inzwai tsitsi varume, inzwai tsitsi. Feel sorry for those vasina maconnection semiwo. Zvinowisa tsitsi. Guys, vanhu vari kutambura pazvapa komana. Tingasega hedu panapa tichiuya pamaspace tichidi. But guys, Zimbabweans have suffered. MaZimbabwe atambura vakomana. Panzapa mukatravela, whether moenda kudiaspora, moenda kupi, you find a Zimbo every 1 minute unotogona kutogumana nemuZimbabwe. That's how we are. We are scattered all over the world because of ZANU-PF. And then kana tikaona vanhu vakaita sana Blaz Hope vachiuya vachitipa information, vanhu memuchida kuva attack. I see nothing wrong with what Hope is doing. He's giving us information, he's exposing people, and facts aripo, everything is there. What is it that is paining people about Hopewell? Kuti Hopewell arikuya achipa vanhu information. Kasi imi ndimi vanhu vacho vezano here. Munotomuvenga to that extent. You are entitled to your opinion kuti mumuvenge kana muchida. But I feel like if someone kana munachiya chupa information, be grateful, because we all know the government in Zimbabwe kuti upiwe information or ibude pachena, it's very difficult. Aibudi inotobuda nemakuhwa zvamuri kutaura kuti makuhwa ndo nyaya yacho. It's not like any other country, for example ana South Africa, kuti unotongoziva kuti pakaitika chinhu chakati chinotobuda immediate. Kweduko kunonzi aiwa ngazviiswe pasi pecarpet. So situation yatiri ikai, we don't need to be attacking each other. Izvokutukana chidi, we need solutions kuti tibatsirane. Tuone kuti how tomova sei kuti tiendere mberi. Because guys, the situation atiri, if we are not careful, we'll be left with nothing. Ukuthi nemaChina one side vari kutonesa moto. If you go road yeshurugu yaya kuboterekwawo, their minds vari kungobomba everywhere. We don't have, it's like we are hatisina nyika, tikaenda kunze kwacho hatidiwi. Munyika macho imomo techingoshungurudzwa. So what do we do? Twitter say, vanhu vanouya panapa vachitaura kuti hey, Chamisa adi. Saka Chamisa, because iye leader, is he not entitled? Hakwanisi kucriticize here, because he had almost more than 2 million plus people that voted for him. God's way, this thing of worshipping vanhu ndo problem yatina Jesus maZimbabwe. Tine problem yekuda kuworshipa vanhu too much. We want to worship people to an extent yekuti takutoona vanhu ivavo kuti is a savior, is a god. Chamisa is just an ordinary human being like me and you. Unfortunately, isusu hedu hatina, even if you were to start a party, zvachitagwa naBlaz Hope kuti chero mukavhura party, it's gonna be very difficult because hatina that following. And you sort of like need an anointing from a previous leader. Kuti uwane that following to contest or to do whatever that needs to be done within the country. Saka, it's a very difficult situation yatiri. And inini the only problem yandinayo naChamisa, let him be accountable. Ngawe azotaura kuvanhu kuti aiwa guys, situation yakamira yakadai yakadai. I am a space aripo. There is the space here. Let him come and account. Why does he not come and account? Auya azotaura the situation yake iye from his own mouth. We are tired of vanhu vanongoya panapa vachitaura kuti hey Chamisa muchimudefenda Chamisa, muvararana Chamisa here munomudefenda. Let him come and speak for himself. All the other leaders munom Africa, they vazhinji vanobuda pachena, they will come and account to their people vakavotera. Come and account, because people had so much hope in you. Vanhu vanga vakatemba iwewe. Zvino unongochingotone moto in Bible verse. Talk about kuverengera maBhayibheri isu stega. We don't need you to be putting my Bible verse. We also account. Come and account to the people that voted for you. In the next election, akangoitika ma-election, vanagogo vedu towards that I am votera benzira, because this is where we are. Trim situation, it's like we're waiting for Chamisa. Which is Chamisa really the Chamisa wachainzi anopinda mkomana nangoyazi my Bible verse every single day. Saka, what we talking about? What next? When it comes to issue of corruption, Blas Gerard, issue of corruption, it stems back from my days I'm Gabe. Even my previous ministers, they were stealing. But even when Mnangagwa took power, who was arrested, which minister was arrested? It's all about protecting each other, one another. Pachangoya omwe anongachida protect Mnangagwa nevana vake kuti vasatoregwa zvunhu. It's gonna be a cycle, each and every, whether it's a decade or whatever. Panongoya pachingoya vamwe vanenge vachingorula vachiprotect all the rich, the ill-gotten gains vanenge vakaita vana weekneo, they'll be protected. We knew kuti weekneo anga reconnected nana Grace. Ndiani anga asingazivi. We always used to post my picture with the first family. This corruption did not start now, weekneo, and it's surprising kuti vanhu vanovhunduka because weekneo arikurama billion. This guy has been making money. He has been making money for the longest time. It's just that now it's more out there and it's in the open. I don't know.
Right.
Let me let Blas Gerard, but Zimbabwe ma one child.
Right. People are having an issue with and you used the word Benzi, and so I might have missed that. Otherwise, I could have sort of cautioned that one. I don't think we should be using such characterization. It's good to just come out and say your points without going that far. I think sorry guys, I didn't get to hear that, but right. Okay. Right. What I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I've got two people that have been here the longest and they haven't spoken. So can I give those two people the opportunity? And then I am going to ask Wopo to come in and defend himself. The reason why I'm doing that is because people have made reference, to him and to some of the things, that he has spoken about. I'm not here to defend him. He is here able-bodied. He can come in and defend himself. So the two people that I want to engage with at the present moment is Tajikaza and Two Boy. Those are the ones from the previous cohort that I had that had not spoken. After that, I would then move in to the new speakers. So I was trying to just clear the deck so that everyone that has spoken come down, and then I'll bring in new speakers. So I'm going to start with the Tajitaza. Please, can you come in, and then Tezara Two Boy, if you can then come in. And Tezara Two Boy, I don't want you to be gloating about your Arsenal because we know that you won. So please spare us. Right. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Uncle. I was the Arsenal at school that as a Manchester United chat. Anyway, thank you, Uncle. I was somehow left disturbed in a submission ya honorable Wataura Pechito. Sound like someone are part of the system. Is not working. and ndasara ndine mubvunzo kuti hopefully mataura kuti journalist wedu ari kudzoka. Ndasanga kuzvibvunza because zvavanga vachitaura zvanga zvichisounda more or less like vari close kuna journalist wedu, and I don't know whether they have a close relationship, because even matauriro avaita nyaya yemastands varatidza kuti ivo vanoto zvinhu zvavanosupporta that system vanotoida, and as much as he is going to remain vari MP vakaramba vachipuhwa zvinhu vachinzi nekuti ma-MP ndo vanofanira kupuhwa zvinhu zvavanoramba vachingozvitambira, whether the system is working or not. Then pane nyaya yavataura vachitaura kuti ivo ezvinezvi havana leader wavari kusaidi kwavo, vachiti leader wavo akambenge ari Nelson Chamisa, then vakazobva vakaenda kuna ndakaona kuti vati Ncubero or someone again aripo. Then ndasara ndichizvibvunza kuti saka ezvinezvi zvavakazvimirira vari independent candidate here, because vati ma-leaders ese aripo hapana wavari kusaidi naye, saka vachiri triple C here kana kuti vakazvimirira vari independent candidate? Kana vari independent candidate, is he going to declare kuti va-independent candidate? Kana vachiri triple C, saka vari kulidwa nani? Ivo, does he feel, kana vachifila kuti ma-leaders aya they are not capable, does Ivo feel kuti vari capable and maybe he can be the leader of an opposition party? Then pane vanhu vataura nyaya ye-anointing. I don't agree nenyaya iyoyo, because like toda kumbobvunza nyaya yageza. Geza akaita ma-following paakatanga kutaura ma-issues akaireza, hapana akambomupa anointing. Saka sei tiri kuita expectation yekuti Chamisa aifanirwa kuva akaita anointing to someone kuti asiya achimuti ndiye akuleader, and yet already papane ma-leaders vakasara vachiri kuexista izvozvo vari kuzviti ma-triple C leaders. Saka aifanirwa kuzoanointa a third triple C leader here, kana kuti a fourth one, kana kuti anenge ari chii munhu aifanirwa kupuhwa chimuti naNelson. Then pane vanhu vataura nyaya yekuti hanzi muri kubvunzirei evidence from this vanhu vari kuti kana paine makohwa ari kutaurwa, of which at the moment I think most of the things anenge ari makohwa nemazvinhu zvinongotaurwa nevanhu, and vamwe vari kuti hanzi why are you asking for the evidence? But evidence kutoida because like example yashandiswa previous speaker ataura zvaWicknell, evidence yaWicknell yezvaanoita iriko out there, yakazara everywhere, handitya. Saka tiri kuda evidence because it helps us to move on. Nezvi vanoramba vachingodzosa Nelson vachingomuti Nelson akazoti Nelson should do this and that, but ekuri kunzi evidence yezvese zviri kutaurwa ma-allegations aya yaburitswa pachena apa. I'm sure as people will stop having any expectations from him. They will stop having any expectations ekuti ngauye ataure something, ngauye aite form a movement, aite say, because vanhu vanenge vatozviona kuti okay, this is our evidence, yes, he is part of the system, iye vari kucomplainwa nevanhu ava vamwe chete, saka hatichada. But until that happens, vanhu varamba vachingomubringa in because there is no evidence yema-allegations ari kutaura. Thank you, Uncle.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate Vandrazi. Can I bring in Two Boy? Please take the mic.
Yes. Zvakataura zvakawanda zvedu, but Tuma gobhura kunomuda kuSpain. And bhora robva ratokopera. Tuma gobhura culture. 2-0. Asingabve adzoka zvona. Yeah, but my question is zvekuZimbabwe zvakunetsa nokuti kana Garitos guys rakupedza vanhu muparliament tasvika pakashata. And why is it mumtara sirakanza Bridget seachisa Chamisa president kuti Garitos vacho vaishare na president. Guys da kutonetsa nazvo. And I want to say kuna Mukoma Hope and vabva vadzoka. Mukoma Hope nema-ideas enyu ese amunoziva imimi. Why can't you form a party, Mukoma? Toona kuti vanhu musvika papi. Hatidi vanhu vanoti maybe kana somebody is trying inimi muda kukanda matombo chete, guys. And Chamisa kana muda kumuadvisa inga matombogara naye ngwani 1-to-1. But kana makuzoya kuda kuzomumburudza on a express pakazara vanhu. What exactly are you trying to achieve, my brother? Ndikawa advice kubva kwangu inini, then ndozoya mangwana ndotanga kuumburudza online like this, my brother. And I don't maybe zvakangwara inini. so mangwana mekuda kubuilda Chamisa ere and achakuona sei kana zvimwe zvinhu anenge akutotya kutotaura nekuti mema kuti akaoneka yakaya munotengeswa futi garitos chingomirai panzvimbo mukoma mukamuadvisa Chamisa kana akatadza go back muite semunhu wechirume padine zvaakutokutyai kutange muda kutopfuma pati yenyu here muda kutanga mamudhingura Chamisa wachona then mobva mozopfuma pati moshandisa vanhu vake but manje pati hainoti takatomira panzvimbo mwana wamai ipapo ndopatakamira ipapo ende mukada kutibuilda tibuildei ipapo but mukauya mutibuilda mozinoti ataka behind the back now hazvishande mukoma but da kuadresa masista angu musamire matuna chinhu chinoshanda kupinda muparamende yazvinezvi chatopo open penalty mukangoshandisa garitosa ndazozava kuti vaishandisa garitosa vangani
ine chibva yapa aiwa zvakwana
vamukwacha
aiwa that is not a qualification to get into
but
parliament.
kusvitsa noparamendi ka saka tada kuziva kuti vangani vakashandisa garitosi mahopo kana wakuvatsvaga datoziva vese kuti magaritosi akashanda mangani and aipiwa anani. You never know. One day unogona kuona mukana shamba unogona kutongodya garitosi yavo kuti vanhu vapinde muparliament. Just imagine dada ndiri SG. Imagine dada ndiri SG we-CC. Vese kana namai vekuimba Chamisa kakata Chamisa.
Right, all right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. Thank you very much. Right, Wopo, I want to bring you into the conversation, back into the conversation. A lot has been said, by people responding to what, you said, earlier on. So I'm quite sure you've noted some of the pushback that has been given, by people. So I'll give you, the opportunity to respond to some of the things that have been raised by people who joined us after you'd finished your presentation. So please take the mic.
Thank you, Jed. I want to address the issues. I will start with what this guy has just said. I'm not a support. I don't belong to political parties, and I've never in my whole life belonged to a political party. I support a cause and ideas, and at any given time, a political party that espouses what I support is what I will go with. So when you see me with the opposition, it's because I'm supporting the cause of removing a corrupt regime, which is ZANU-PF. So I have no time for emotional support of a political party. I actually feel sorry for people that are emotionally tied to political parties, because we saw it with our parents with ZANU-PF. Our parents were emotionally attached to ZANU-PF, and they could not bring themselves to say that their party had lost its ways, because their attachment was emotional. It was not logical or intellectual. Vaingotaura kuti Mugabe ndiye akatisungunura. They'd always talked about the past, not the future. So Zimbabwe is in a mess today because of that. So that's point number one. Point number two, I don't owe anything to Nelson Chamisa or to Emmerson Mnangagwa or to any politician in Zimbabwe. They actually owe us, the citizens. The tragedy of African politics is that the citizens, they twerk and bootlick for politicians. That is why Africa is in a mess today. Politicians should be seen as the workers for the people, not the other way around. So if you listen to the dialogue or dialogues that take place around Africans, and specifically Zimbabweans, when they discuss, they look at leaders as if they are their saviors. Leaders are not your saviors. Leaders are the ones that have brought you into the mess where if you're in the diaspora, you have to continuously send money A lot of the people in the diaspora can't even send their kids to private schools in England because they're sending money back home. They can't take their kids on holiday to Spain because they're sending money home. The people that have authored that tragedy are the politicians that you are working for, both in ZANU-PF and in the opposition. Some will say, but the opposition is not in power. Yes, it is not in power because it has authored a tragedy which has made it difficult for itself to get into power. So both sides have authored a tragedy for all of us. The third thing that I want to address is that I am not the one. I see our people, I don't know what's wrong. Is it because we don't read or we don't pay attention or we just run with propaganda? I am not the one who said Nelson Chamisa took part of the 40,000. I never said that. I am not the one who said that. It is Bridget, the member of parliament for Southerton, who was selected through a process enacted by Nelson Chamisa himself. She's the one who said that. I never even wasted my time on that. I think I just mentioned it in a tweet yesterday to say she has also made these allegations, which she hasn't substantiated yet. So I don't know why I'm being made to carry the cane. Maybe it's because people don't process things properly and critically analyze them. They just run with propaganda. I never said that, Uncle Jet. I said my issue is with the land. And what I've put out so far is just 10%. I'm going to go into the city councils and see who took land, where is that land, who was given that land, and what transaction was it above. The same things that I do with ZANU-PF. I've criticized on a scale of 1 to 10. I've criticized Nelson on a scale at 1 and MNANGAGWA 10. I've said some things even without evidence about MNANGAGWA. But the people that are accusing me of doing this investigation are the same people that were retweeting the stuff I was saying without evidence. But as when you see me say something, it's because somebody has told me and has shown me something. Sometimes we get things wrong. There's no one who is 100%. Sometimes you get things wrong. And you say things because you've been given by, like the Mchangwa thing. We were told by some I can't tell you who they are because they will be exposed, but they meant well because Mchangwa was at the gate, and he acknowledged it. He was at the gate of the flight. He abused his power and walked his wife was going to China to the gate, and the assumption was that he was getting onto that flight. And then the other thing that was raised was the issue of Geza, to say Geza did not need an anointment to do what he was doing. Geza is fighting a different battle. Let me get into this with some critical analysis. Geza is fighting a battle which is about an issue of a political party. Mnangagwa wants to stop Chiwenga. Geza became popular because he has the means to do what he was saying he wanted to do. If you can get a brilliant mind from anywhere in the world, right? They will never system in the election. You either emotional and be a sycophant and just argue for the sake of it. If you want to be logical, the logical thing is that there's nobody who is going to come. As long as Nelson is there, there's nobody who's going to come and win an election in a 3-horse presidential election with a ZANU candidate and Nelson there and that other person there. And they're just going to split their votes into half and ZANU-PF. Nelson would not have won an election against Morgan Tsvangirai in an election which is a ZANU-PF candidate. It's just pure logic. It frustrates me that as adults who went to university, I have to explain these things. These are things that any logical adult should understand. It's like in America. You can never win an election as a third-party candidate. The two dominant parties are the Democrats and the Republicans. Donald Trump tried it and failed.
But Chamisa anapatiwa.
But that's what I've just explained, that Chamisa got the leadership from a dominant movement. You can change the names of those movements, but he remains the authentic opposition leader in the eyes of the citizen because the baton was passed from Morgan to him. If Chamisa has truly retired from politics, which he hasn't, he wants to run as an independent candidate in 2028. If he truly wants to run, if he truly is retired, a person who's retired will say, and if a person is retired and they really have the country at heart, you would have said, I'm retiring from politics altogether. I'm going to support this movement, whichever movement it is. I'm going to support this movement, and then the people will go with that movement. Until and unless Chamisa does that, forget about anyone coming in, and he knows it, and he abuses that. He knows it. There are a lot of things that we know that we don't say out of respect. For instance, I never put the evidence out of what I asked him to do, and he didn't do. But now that he said I'm lying, I'm going to put the evidence with screenshots of our conversations to show you that he's a liar. But things that have no relevance to the bigger political question, I have no business in my conversations with him were private, and I want to keep it that way. But when he says I'm lying, I will expose him. You see? So my interest is about Zimbabwe, not about individuals. But if individuals stand in the way of Zimbabwe getting where it's supposed to be, we will say so. I'm never going to convince the sycophant. That's why that word exists. They are there. They will never be in a situation where they want to look at things in a rational way. Yesterday, Uncle Jed, the Private Voluntary Organizations Act was passed. Go and check on all Twitter accounts of these opposition leaders. Nobody said a single thing. But this is going to affect our ordinary people in rural areas. Even Vanima Burial Society, they are going to be affected. The EU has today stopped its support for government projects because of that, the enactment of yesterday. Go to the Twitter handle of the EU ambassador and see what he has said. It's as if he is the opposition leader in our country. It's as if he is the one in parliament. But all these people are quiet, and their sycophants are twerking for them. We will never go anywhere, Angojed, with that kind of attitude. I don't care what people think and say about me, as long as I know what I'm saying is reasonable, logical, and I'm on the right track. That's what matters to me. You can call me names, you can insult me. History will judge me in a fair manner. I'm on the right side of history. I will be remembered as that person who refused to support personalities but chose to support a cause and ideas. Let's do what will get us out of this mess. Already 2028 is lost because of the selfishness amongst the political elite. I've just tweeted that the Speaker of Parliament is trying to put a group of MPs to have a prayer meeting, so-called, for MPs, so that they come out with a resolution to say, we don't want elections, the country is in a mess, let's have a GNU. This is what happens if people don't focus on the real issues. I kept saying, guys, this Berakamwana is going to get us into trouble because of ABCD. I was insulted. At least have the decency to accept that I was right, for goodness sake.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, for that. Let's hear from the new speakers that I've lined up. Guys, I do understand that you are having connection issues. I will try by all means to keep on adding you, but if it so many people it needs to speak. So let's try what. One or two times, but if you fail to to have a steady network whilst on the speaker forum, I will simply move on to the next speakers, because right now I've got 27 people that are waiting to speak. And also, can I kindly ask, our time is now almost 3:30. We have been here from 12. It's a Saturday. So can I kindly ask you guys to be to present 5 minutes max, 5 minutes max, and then I'll be asking you to to end your contribution, and then I'll move on to the next speaker. We just need to just get as many people as possible. I know that this is a heated a heated topic, and so many people would want to be making their views known. So Baba Juju, do you want to be the first speaker in this cohort? Please, go ahead.
Thank you, host. Thank you very, very much. Ndaona nguva yekutaura takabhlokwa kudhara kana mukoma wedu hopu. So ndopatinokatotonanga.
Muda kuti zoni
Sorry,
vakubloke.
mwana wamai kana ndakakubloka. I just want to say.
Vanowana kubloka.
Ndaona nguva yekutaurawo navo kuti inini my point kune baba vanofa pamba. Then mwana watete ochema kudarika vana vababa ndozvikuitika. Imimi kuna something called selective amnesia. Let's look at what Chamisa did in 2023 election. Mkange uchema kudarika Chamisa, mungu wa Chamisa anofana nezvakaitwa nana Chabangu irizo. Chamisa, first of all, mari dzese dzaenda kuna mukoma Dhagi. No one says that. Chamisa had zero sense and akaisa ma candidates everywhere, ma MP essay, ma councillor essay, everything. And it asina ma structures like you say. Chamisa itakabva campaign uko achirara ameno pane mpango pakazonosheva ameno akazoti ndakazorara mubhedha wangu after how long achifamba nendemu dzakanaya asina kuya kusheva and everything. And zvese izvi azvisiya. And mari dzese nyangwe the previous elections the MDC dzaenda kuna Dhagi after aita my elections at 2018 as the candidate, right? So isusu vana vati tichitanyanyorwadziwa kudarika mwana afirwa nababa. Iye Chamisa wacho personally, do you think he likes what is happening here? Everyone is attacking Chamisa, the judiciary against Chamisa, police is Chamisa, media Chamisa, Oppo Chamisa, and Messi Chamisa. Why Chamisa? Why him? Nyaya anointment doesn't make sense. Mugabe chache yakadedzera kuti musavotere Mnangagwa. Voterai Chamisa, but did people vote with ZANU? Did they vote for Chamisa? Mnangagwa won. Doesn't make sense. Could not Chamisa to akomana industry politics amana munisende kuna wende. No. We know
lost but rigged. Be factual.
Okay, but my point, let's talk about zvakaanaunswa nezeki, not zvazikufungidzira, because mimi mukuti akariga. Where is the evidence? Inotora evidence ka endesa evidence makaenda V11 akaramba kubuda ku. Let's talk factual. You're an award winning journalist. Talk facts, the evidence. But ndaitedzera nyaya dzenyu mukoma hopo pane musikana amene musikana ainzi mundevere something muchitaura nyaya dzeevidence muchiatakwa. Takura zvinhu zviri factual. Ini ndiri kuti Chamisa aiti akabva from this reality. I remember akatoita mumwe musangano nanatangirai vamutengesa nhasa vane usiku neusiku notori. He feels the pain of all this anditi. And Chamisa the reason akataura vanhu akabudisa tsamba idzokera kutsamba yaChamisa yanotaura kuti no bato rangu rainfiltrate iri. And as zvadai so ndakumboretire ndakumboenda pasabbatical. He stated his point exactly. And I know the soul searching. He has tried that in 2018. He tried that in 2023. Something is not working, right? I end up a sabbatical and everything is Chamisa, corruption Chamisa, everything Chamisa. Koma leaders actually po. Why are you not keeping the Antana Mozom Natural and Professor moving? Antana Mozom Natural Chabangu for 2,000 hectares, like you said, nothing. It's always Chamisa this, Chamisa that, Chamisa this, Chamisa that. No, I'm not Chamisa and the other feel babo. The other words was telling that guys so please understand at that point. I didn't know the selective amnesia, we remember a certain agenda that would destroy Chamisa. If you've got ideas, because you need a point younger. I don't want to be right all the time. Can I need a point and doctor and I one money because it's effect and in the far on come open my Saudi Panamuna no open the opposition politics. I could go Zumba right now and ask them about opposition. They'll tell you about Changre and Chamisa. Why? They won't tell you about Michael. They won't talk to you about Jana when they talk about Chamisa. Why? Because Chamisa and history not just from 99. We know Chamisa is my family from Ashtanga, Takazita minister, Akazojigwana Monzo. Akadzoswa kuita VP, akaita president, akaita alliance. We know his history. We know Chamisa. We can describe what Chamisa has done. We know what he stands for. Munoona wakadzwa nemavhesi anopostwa nemunhu pa Twitter page yake. Saka munoda posta imi mada kutomuudza zvekuposta Chamisa posta this, Chamisa posta that. He's also a person. Please, Chamisa ndiakafirwa nababa. He feels the pain. Munhu akashanda komana. Pama elections Chamisa naChibaya na Salosi. Those guys and they didn't receive anything. Because Chabangu for 2,000 hectares. And Chabangu recognized was say official opposition. Here Chamisa did everything, nothing, and it's for the second time. But me with Chamisa this na selective amnesia guy me repeats. And tuka.
Thank you, my brother. Can I respond, Uncle Jed?
Right, okay, go on. Please be giffy about
Okay,
it.
my response.
Follow end of far right.
Ndione wakanzisa zvire.
Aiwa nonzi Baba Juju.
Aiwa uyakanzi
Baba Juju.
Iri papa ya ndaiona ndakuunblocker.
Ati zvazviri akablokiwa futi here.
Usazoita musikanzwa unoziva zvawakaita zvakakublokesa. Kana tichitaura ka ngatisatukana. Iwe unogona kutaura point yako fanga zvawaita so matauriro awaita so I wouldn't have even bothered to respond to you if you were using insults. But matauriro awaita iwaya ndo matauriro atofana kuita even tiri pamatimelines edu. Zvokuzoya tichitukana ndinoblocka inini because I have no time to waste nemunhu anenge asingade a proper conversation. So
thank you.
You have mentioned the way you look at things, and I respect the way you look at things. That's your perspective. But my response to your perspective is this. In 2016, I wrote a paper criticizing the appointment of Chamisa and Elias Mzuri. And Morgan Tsvangirai invited me to his home. And he said, say I want to criticize. And then I explained to him, Mdara, my appointments are unconstitutional because your constitution says that you can only have a vice president who has been appointed by Congress. You've broken your constitution. And then I took him back to 2005, 2006. Because of breaking the constitution again. But because Mdara imimi ndimune support vanhu vaingokusapotai. Yes, nezvapa ndakutoona futi kuti vanhu vari kukusapotai, but you are wrong Mdara because ZANU PF might take advantage yezvamaita izvi. I didn't realize or I didn't think kuti ZANU PF ichaita sei. Tsvangirai akandiudza inini akati zvauri kutaura iwo ndazvinzwa nevanhu vakawanda. But inini ndine problem yandinayo yekuti ndaapproachwa ndikaudzwa naGeneral Rugeje kuti iwewe wakurwara. Party guy, it's a very important institution in the country. Anything can happen to you. We are not saying kuti wakufa, but you must prepare to make sure that this party does not go into the wrong hands. Ndikamta, okay, what is the wrong hands? Zvikanzi tokozana kupi. Okay, those are your internal party issues. If you want to address those internal party issues, then you do it using the law, not being unconstitutional because it's a problem. Anyway, for the sake of time, let me fast forward. 2018, 14 February, I'm driving from Johannesburg. I get a call. Vachangira. And I said, oh, that's a big disaster for our country. I go to Harare. Then these guys were already planning. Chamisa, Wende, and Komichi to take power illegally. And I told my brother, you know what you're going to do? What you're about to do is going to cause you problems. Because these guys will say you took power illegally and they will come after you. You are the most popular person in opposition. You don't need to do this. You must go to Congress. And say, no, politics are politics. And anyway, we know what happened after that. 2022, Chamisa didn't want to form the Triple C. He even said it, Pafino Rayama, yeah, Dr. Magaisa. It was me and Dr. Magaisa and a few others who prevailed on him to say, you need to form a movement. He wanted people to run as independents. I'm going to put all this stuff, it's in my upcoming book. When that happened, I was happy to come say, no, what you've done is really good because you are going to protect yourself from all these vouchers. Vouchers I was referring to Kunana Monzo. Then what happened? Dr. Magaisa actually wrote, if you go March 22, Dr. Magaisa wrote, Kuti, all this noise which is taking place will be put to bed if there is a constitution. And we discussed about this with a lot of people. You need a constitution, you need leadership structures so that the party is protected. When we mentioned that, I even protected him publicly to say, no, give him time, but when I realized, no, this is going nowhere, I then went public about it. And the same public that is crying today, Chabangu, we're supporting him. Could know what he's doing is right, is strategic, ambiguity, and I called it nonsense at the time out of frustration. And they were supporting him. So the reason why I've given this analogy is that to my brother who was speaking, I gave this analogy so that we understand that it's illogical for adults to say Chamisa anamosa, Chamisa kabirwap. You are looking at the symptoms of the mistakes that were authored by the very same person. What you do in logical terms, you look at the reason why those symptoms appeared. The reason why he lost the party in 2018 is because of the mistake that was made by Morgan Tsvangirai in 2016. The reason why he lost the party in 2023 is because of the mistake he made by not having a constitution or by not having a leadership structure. Those are the two main truths. As adults, you can go and believe lies. It's up to you. You've got a right to believe in illusions. But those are the two main truths. Anything else, some will come and say, but if Chamisa had done that, ZANU-PF would have done it anyway. No, you're telling us something that that has not happened. You can't leave your door open and then say, even anyway. That's not how it works. I've always said this, Uncle Jed, if you leave your door open and things are stolen, the insurance company will not pay you because you have been irresponsible. It's time Zimbabweans who support personalities like Chamisa start facing the truth. Otherwise, in 2028, you're going to face another heartbreak again. And you will come back and say, so. Deal with issues in a proper manner, in a legal manner. Protect yourself. There are certain things I couldn't say in Zimbabwe because okay, tuka Mnangagwa kuti crooked anouya achindisunga. Dai ndakadaidzira kuti crooked ndiri kuHarare ndosungwa. It's my fault because I've opened myself to this guy. Thanks, Uncle Jed.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Network yangu iri kudhakwa.
Munhu wese achava achitizwa Uncle Jed network yangu iri kudhakwa panapa. Anyway, wanga uchingodonha for a very long time, all right? Take the mic.
Thank you very much, Uncle Jed. Uncle Jed, pane chete ndada kumbotanga hangu just speak up achangopedza kutaura uyu. Pane something information yandoda kungotaurawo zvangu. Appointment yaMudzuri naChamisa by Tsvangirai, according to the MDC constitution, it was constitutional. MDC went to Congress in 2014. At that Congress, a resolution was passed for Tsvangirai to appoint two vice presidents. The only two people, National Executive Council, who were against that was Monzora, who was Secretary General in Chamisa. But that resolution was passed at 2014 Congress. Then it was Monzora's responsibility to put that into the worded. The way he worded that clause in the constitution, he said presidency. He didn't put two presidents. If you take the MDC constitution after 2014 Congress, you will see that Tsvangirai is supposed to appoint presidency. Angari chairman then was Morgan Komichi. If you can bring Morgan Komichi here and right now, he can concur to this. So for us to come here and blame Tsvangirai, kuti aka appoint Chamisa and Mudzuri, zviri unconstitutional. That's a blatant lie. Tiri kunyepa. Iyo is a blatant lie. Ngatirege kunyepa. Ndo correction yandachida kungoita ipapapa. Mukanotsvaga MDC constitution yakatonyorwa izvo kuti appointing presidents, but it was Monzora's fault because Monzora did it deliberately. Wedding yakaisa after that, but it was a resolution passed at the 2014 MDC Congress for Tsvangirai to add more presidents and my vice presidents. I mean, anyway, I left it that way. Back to what I wanted to repeat. My contribution, I'm just surprised with my opposition MPs. They are all coming here guns blazing. How many times do we talk here about the situation in Zimbabwe, but they don't turn up? But now it's because Ziruko affect and they are coming to defend. For me, it's quite strange. It's very strange, the behavior I read on my MPs. Then the other thing is, Chamisa is being blamed here, argued to bombasted, he's still individualistic. Chamisa akatora party aingeta umbimbindoga. But you cannot come here and blame Chamisa for being individualistic. Then go for 15 minutes on a rant talking about yourself. I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. I ran away, I came back, I went in, I came out. To be honest, for me, it doesn't make sense. It's all about ndakazodai, ndakauda uyo, ndakaona Chabangu, ndakawachira Chabangu brugwa rake. Now annoying. To be honest, you cannot come here and say Chamisa is independent. Now you always come and tell us. For me, personally, my spaces are now being spoiled. You've been having very good my spaces, but my spaces are now being spoiled. I think my sentiment, a lot of people, my listeners, they echo the same sentiment with me. It's just too much. It's annoying.
Brother, yeah. Now insulting me when you say for an old man. Let me I have the right to defend myself. When people ask me a question, no, wait a minute. Can you protect me from this?
What Chamisa psychopaths?
Right.
I was asked a question.
Okay, guys, can we just be orderly and
yeah, Anga Chituka ati Chamisa psychopaths. iye ndiye ari entitled kutuka vanhu. Haana kuti Chamisa psychophants. What are Chamisa psychophants? Iye anoda kutuka vamwe kana achituka ari iye hopeful. But if people come to anoita hasha, izvo zvakuita to hasha, uri nonsense munhu.
Psychophants is not an insult, my brother. It's a
Psychophant
description of a behavior.
But it's a derogatory term. My psychophants, munhu anoita asleep. A psychophant munhu anoita asleep angojet. Google the meaning of psychophant. Muona.
Why can't you make your points without calling me Kamdara? Why can't
Kondati hopo ndamboti hopo kamdara here.
Right, guys, no, wait. You are saying, Gutizo, these spaces are now, you're saying these spaces are now losing value, or they are now, going, the other way, etc. And can I equally ask you, Kuti, when you're making, your contributions, as well, let us not make, the space, lose value in terms of what I have set out as one of the flagship, position that I've taken when it comes to how people, address each other on my spaces. So I understand where you're coming from with the, with the characterization. Yeah, psychophants. It's not that I not, looked at the definition of it to understand, what it means, and if it is something, that you believe it's derogatory. I apologize if you feel that it is, derogatory. I do apologize if you found, that term to be, to be that way. I apologize. I've not, actually looked, into it to see, but can I kindly ask you, if you want to engage, the two of you guys, if you want to, to engage, with each other, can we just, make it on the factual points, and let us have, this exchange in a way that does not raise any, any tempers or anything, like that. So that is what I'm kindly, asking, pertaining, to that.
All right, Uncle Jet. For me, if I've caused any discontent, I apologize. I'm sorry. Like, I want my spaces in Uncle Jet to keep its value, but I will stand with my word. We are now just fed up. Uncle Jet, about himself. I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did. No, for me, personally, it's annoying. And then I got blocked, and I want to keep it blocked. Double block yacho, but angojet atisita ngonzwa about every time ndakazokwira ndikaburuka ndikaita ndikamira all the spaces atora speaker, it's all same thing. Asati atombotanga kutaura ku open mic ndeta kutoziva zvinoda kutaurwa zvacho.
Right, okay.
We are talking about me, but we are now annoying.
I just want to say,
right,
my
okay.
brother, to you, I'm not going to use derogatory words or which against me. I just want to say to you, for the benefit of the 1,000 people who are here, if you bring the constitution of MDC and it says what you have said, I will donate $1,000 through Uncle Jed to a charity of your choice. What you have said is not correct. It's not there in the MDC constitution. In fact, I want to add that Advocate Matinenga, who was the Constitutional Affairs Minister during the GNU, wrote a position paper on this particular issue for Prime Minister, for former Prime Minister Morgan Tsvangirai. This is someone who was very close, comes from the same village with Morgan Tsvangirai. He told the Prime Minister that what you have done is illegal. So I just want to put it out there, Uncle Jed. If you can bring the constitution.
Right, and it's really powerful. Okay, can you just hold on? I ended in Magneto. Okay, right. I'm looking at. He said the resolutions, EMNA 2014, said that Morgan Tsvangirai can appoint vice presidents, and Monzora was supposed to have amended the constitution of MDC to reflect, that. I don't know whether, this is the one that, is referring to, but the 2014 Congress resolution states, Congress resolved that deputies of officers of Congress, except the vice president and the vice chairperson, shall not be elected from the next Congress, but will be appointed by the president from a pool of national executive members elected from the provinces. Congress resolves the deputies of officers of Congress, except the vice president and the vice chairman, elected from this fourth party national Congress, will not sit in the party standing committee. Congress resolved that all national standing committee members shall work under the supervision and the authority of the president. Congress resolved to reinstate the following external assemblies, that is the UK, South Africa, and the United States of America as party provinces. That is what I am seeing pertaining to the appointment of other office bearers post the 2014 Congress. So I don't know if that is what is referring to. I'm not sure. So that is what is there pertaining to the resolution that came out in 2014.
Yes, thanks, Uncle Jed. And the second thing that I just wanted to respond to was this thing you was talking about that I talk about myself. If you invite me to a Twitter space to talk about my experiences, don't expect me to talk about other people's experiences. I talk about my experience. My experience with Morgan, my experience with Chamisa, it's me who experienced that. So I don't know why these people want me to come to Twitter spaces, and then when I share my experiences, they start complaining that why are you saying I? I'm saying I because it's about myself. I'm telling you my experience. And I think I've said enough, Uncle Jed. Let me step down. I don't think there's anyone with any further questions, I'm sure.
Right. Okay. My sister Barbara, how are you?
I'm good, Uncle Jason, and you?
I am good, man. It is a
Yeah,
weekend.
I did not hear some bit of the conversation because my battery had died. And anyway, today I don't want to focus much on personalities because I know a lot has been said. And my heart bleeds, Uncle Jed, about the situation in Zimbabwe and how we are focusing on this blame game thing. And, it's not fair for us to blame each other. And I think we should be offering solutions. Where I come from the trade union, we were taught, or maybe we diverted from the art of complaining and complaining and complaining. Why don't you do this? Why does the government do this? Instead, we were taught to offer solutions, So without solutions, we are not going anywhere. I just want to ask Mkoma Wopwe Kuti, who is this person whom you think Chamisa must anoint? And I'm using his words. I know Chamisa is not God that he anoints people. Who is this person? Do you have a candidate that you are looking at whom you think can drive whatever you think is not being done or was not done by Chamisa himself, and you think this person is going to champion the cause of the people and is going to do everything that you think is possible for us to remove as ZANU-PF? Like I said, Uncle Jed, and this could have I think I'm sick and tired. I'm someone anodama solutions than kungotaura. So ndoda kungonzwa hangu kuti vane munhu here waari kufunga at this juncture anofanira kuva anoendwa naChamisa. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Wopo is no longer here with us. I'm quite sure, if you get the chance, you come and, respond. But thank you very much, my sister. I do appreciate you. And as always, right. Let me go to Emmanuel Zelas Gumbo. How are you, my brother Emmanuel?
I'm doing so well, Nkoma Judge. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much for coming through. Please take the mic.
Perfect. Okay, fine. I've seen like we have deflected a bit from the main reaction of this space, but I'll try to do justice to some of the issues that raised upon up. But to begin with, reaction to my submissions, Honorable Nyandoro. I think what she wrote in a statement, the fear of being attacked on the basis of highlighting certain things, and being said urukuzvitaura because you are bitter because une relationship yako yakamboita with whoever is what exactly is happening now. So instead of attending to the issues raised, very critical to almost every Zimbabwean, people are now going on the relationship she had with someone. But she did so because at some point when she tried to raise certain issues, she was faced with a similar reaction. So this happens to almost everyone. I don't think that's enough justification to say my issues are raised. So are raised what I will not deny the character of the person. Yes, of course, my issues are raised. Anofana kuno attend with all its own facts and merit, not to justify but I think it's not fair to not dismiss as raised Honorable Nyandoro on the basis that we don't have a relationship. A reason to bring in certain names explains that these people and these names have been used earlier on before. That's why she felt so comfortable in raising them again, even in public. But also to move on from that, the main issue was to highlight these are the very same candidates who came from a process which we were told that is going to produce the best. So the question now should not be what they are now doing in Parliament or wherever, but it's how did they get there? What is it that we did wrong that gave us these candidates who were said to be best? Are they the best? The evidence at the moment proves otherwise. So I think we now need to appreciate that at some point we did things wrong. And that's the reality on the ground. Then I would like also to address issue I mentioned about I think you Honorable Mchinerepi and so forth. You could not discard everything from the leader. Hakuna revolution in Etika is not a leader. So if someone moves around calling or maybe luring people to subscribe to a certain cause and assuring that I'm prepared to lead you, and people entrust that person with a responsibility or a mandate. You cannot choose to be where there is convenience for you to show up, and at some point you withdraw on the basis of convenience. We cannot do that. The struggle calls you and requires you to be there in every aspect. Because wasika mandate yevani. So to say, no, we cannot hold Nelson at a certain point because he resigned. Therefore, of anything that happened before, that would be very unfair. He has a mandate which he's supposed to conclude. If he has resigned, he should state it clearly and answer to the questions at hand. You cannot resign on the basis of convenience. Say, no, right now, resign. What then happens to people whom you gave hope? You cannot just leave people in vacuum just like that and expect no accountability from anyone. That's wrong. And also the assertion that he campaigned by himself, that's wrong. Holding rallies is not enough to be classified as a campaign. There is a lot of work which was done by the general people in the constituencies, and those people also ought to be appreciated. So if someone moved across the country holding rallies, that's not good enough to quantify that as an entire campaign. So that someone who come with that and say you cannot ask someone no, a lot of people contributed their own personal resources. So for those who would possibly expect something from a party, an institution must drive itself. So the argument there are people party, yes, it has to do that, and a party should not be associated or by any means necessary or unnecessary be identified with a certain person. It must be an institution. That's why a lot of things zviri kuenda pamunhu wani. Because munhu anenge akatora mandate akati ndini zvese, I'm the best, I will know how to handle this, I will take this and this, I will be signing each and every candidate. So when people who are corrupt today would ask you, but no, you told us that there is a test. Now. You cannot tell me that how did possibly, for example, Chikombo got to parliament ahead of Gomba, who had won in a primary election. Gomba and Chikombo, both of them passed a security test on that process. But and we go to a very unacceptable process in the history of electoral processes. So one thing that we fought for was to try and protect the secrets and the secret of the voter. And that's one thing we have an issue with ZEC. It intimidates, it makes the entire electoral process flawed. But that's one thing we are forced to do in this century. So now tell me, from those who have been defending this, after all those people pass their security test, you go to an election, despite these flaws, fine. Gomba won, and the person who becomes a candidate is at what point has that changed? What could have been the reason? So entirely this whole process was flawed. Process and outcome ever. So those will be my submissions.
Right. Thank you very much, Mkoma and Dinotenda. Zwazviri, do you want to come in? Zwazviri? Right. Can I go to Gombwe?
Okay,
Guys, Mulinzwe.
ndikukunzwai makunizwai.
Yes.
Okay, ini nangu handisikuda kupinda hangu nemadegree nechii nekuanalyze kwakawanda. I just gonna use common sense. Ndotanga panyaya yemaleaders edu emuZimbabwe. Ndifunga kuti iproblem yaChamisa chete. Isusu maZimbabweans tine problem yekuisa, ndakambozvitaura hangu rimwe gore ndikati tine problem yekuisa vanhu pacertain level zvekuti vanenge iyo nyangwe ini ndikaiswa palevel rinoenda kutozviona kunge ndiri mwari. Tinonamata vanhu to the point yekuita zvatinoita maprofits ekuZimbabwe zvezvi zvekuti they can do no wrong. Vanokudza kuti uya nedollar yechidhina here, something zvaimboitwa kudhara zvezvo zvekuti vanotengeserwa chidhina or something like that. Chamisa, ndakuenda pana Chamisa akati anzi help is on the way. So vanhu pabirwa ma-elections pakati help is on the way, vanhu bva vanyarara. Abva ati aiwa SADC yati ichapindira, hapana SADC yakapindira. Zvikanzi kuchaendwa kukoti, hapana kukoti kwakaendwa. And then after that vanhu vangobvunza kuti saka toita sei, and then he remained quiet. As a leader aifana kuuya oaddressa ma-issues iwawo, otaurira vanhu kuti aiwa takamira apa takadai. Even now he should open ane space, anofana kumbovhura space ombotaura nevanhu zvamuri kuita izvozvo, and then he can communicate with people. Because ukatanga kutyisa izvozvo usati wava president, kana president anozosiyanei nevaripo, it's gonna be the same thing. And then issue yenhingirini yana Tsvangirai, pakafa Tsvangirai paya aifana vanhu vakamhanya kunotsvaga ndakazongoona vanhu vakubuda nepawindo. Ndirini ndaenda kuSouth Africa nonoona mukuru afa, zviri kufamba sei. And then later on patoitwa burial, patombodii vanhu vozoita of the respect yaTsvangirai kuti Tsvangirai he did a lot for us. And the reason inodirwa Chamisa steering ndekuti izvozvi nyange pakada kuenda munhu izvozvi hapakwanisi kuenda munhu anokwanisa kuenda ipapo nekuti akasiyirwa naTsvangirai. Zvekuti nyange dai pakangosiyirwa mwe zviri kutaura kuti dai Tsvangirai dai Nelson akabuda akanotfoma pati yake zvaita vamwe time yaTsvangirai anga dai akashaya munhu akamuningirina akamuvhotera at that time. Ari kufarirwa nekuti akasiyirwa tsvimbo naTsvangirai. So he is responsible kuti answer my questions evanhu. That's all I have to say. And then vanhu vakarwirawo hondo yedu vaya vakatanga 7 vaya, they will be rotting there, turning in their graves nezviri kuitika muZimbabwe. Vanhu vari kutambura, they fought for this, nema-war veterans ese akafa nana mai vedu vakafira ikoko. It's very disappointing nesituation asvika muZimbabwe. And vari kutora zvinhu izvi, ma-MPs vari kutora zvinhu zvema 40,000 izvi. ko kana muri kutorere mari dzakawanda kudaro pa 40,000 yacho madi kungobvisa kana 20,000 mota kumana ngatibatidze 20,000 tiendese kana mushonga kuhospital tiendese kana kunhu pari kuleka kana kwavanorepresenta kwacho ngotora 20,000 mota kumana pa 40 andakapuwa 20 I'm gonna help this and this and this in this community but toziya hedu kuti vanhu they are driven by money and then pakutsvagwa pema-MPs ipapa panofanira kuitwa matest handizivi kuti hanzi paitwa matest here kuona kuti munhu uyu ari kubva kupi haasi weintelligence here ndowechii ari kubva pai ma-intentions ake akamira sei and then panofanira kuita paine mapenalties kuti ukabatwa uchidai so unodzingwa mupata. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And vanhu ngatibatane nyaya dzekungoramba tichingorwa tichingodai hapana kwatinombosvika. Zimbabwe icharamba ichiita wese and wese. Makomo ese apedzwa nemachaina uko vari makomo anoyera muri kubata iwawo ende mudzimu ichapedzisira yakutsamwirai ivo vanhu vacho vari muZimbabwe nevacho vari kubata mari idzodzi dzeropa idzi. Ndikukuudzai pano kuti muchaona zvichaitika ipapapo. Spirit of the Zimbabwe yakakuitai kuti muve wese tune rusununguko haisi kufara nazvo. Muchaona kuti kutambura vari kubata mari dzeropa idzi muchaona zvichaitika kwamuri through nemudzimu, not good physical but nemudzimu mari idzodzo dzichakupandukirai. That's all I have to say. Ndatenda zvako. Thank you. Bye bye.
Right. Ndinotenda Gombwe. Thank you very much, for that. I do appreciate. Right. Can I bring in Mkoma Tendai? Tendai Marumbeza, how you doing? Please, can you take the mic? We are able to do the mic, Mkoma. Murenga murikure though.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Please go
All
ahead.
right. Thank you so much, Ango. Nyaya yakaoma zvayo. Nyaya yakaoma. This topic is have brought a lot of things. Let me just start saying by dai kwakuri kunzi mudharatsvangirai vanga vachinzi wambodzoswa kakuti wamboone fight iri kuitika ikai waingoti nayakomana genga rangu ndizvo here zvamava masara kuti muite izvezvi like this is not like what we were expecting kuti paitike mafights akawanda kudai. But let me just be brief. But before I do that, let me just comment something that have to do with the topic here. My presentation and dance one day paitwa issue yekuti pana honorable wataura nyaya yekuti after every 5 years ma honorable anopuwa ma stand. Saka munhu anonzi uri kuda kupi osarudza kudai. It doesn't make sense to me. Zvango ndibata kuti why would munhu akambo benefita, let's say have been a member of parliament in the last 5 years opinda futi this time anonzi futi akupuwa futi stand. It's something chekuti what should we do as citizens of Zimbabwe? My policies are there because they are benefiting, but at the same time they are doing nothing. Ndosaka vachizoita my I don't care attitude yekuti vanouya even publicly and tell you kuti I'm getting the land and whoever is not getting antinei or something like that, just because we are allowing our policies in Zimbabwe ari kuallow kuti vanhu vangodaro. Then the issue ya hope pane munhu angachitaura achiti hope anongoya achiti inini chese inini hope this. I think we are developing an attitude yakaipa sema citizens yekuti if you are not exposed to something as a citizen unokuita sekunge uri kuti someone who is exposed to those things, someone and access to those things should not teach you about what is happening in environment yake, which is a very bad character. Saka if Hopewell is exposed to that and is able to gain something and have information neku engage nevanhu orega here kutiudza isusu for us to know, because tikada kutarisa majority of the people here vazhinji vari abroad vanhu vanenge vari busy nemabasa nezvakawanda zvakasiyana siyana. Most of the things that Hope post zvingave zviri kuitika kuZimbabwe, corruption and stuff, is something that we have to go later on and start do some researches and see, let me see kuti zviri kutaurwa naHope, is it heresy or is it true? But after atoita like a whistleblower yekuti anenge achikuudza kuti this is what is happening guys, so should we bash munhu akadaro anouya neinformation inotibatsira as citizens, yet iwewe wacho uri kuita bash, you are not bringing such information. Wakatomirirawo kuti utonzwawo kuti Hopewear achati chii. You get what I mean? Then on the issue yekuti Hopewear is always mentioning Chamisa this, Chamisa that, always people are complaining and say, yeah, it's too much. I won't go to Chamisa. The issue of accountability, guys, have been said for the longest. Even tichita ma spaces paya vana call to act, my elections achiitwa asati aitwa, people they always vakatomborwisa vakati tikuda mari dzedu dzatakaunza, because vana Chamisa havasi accountable, havadzoki kuvanhu vachitaura zvinhu zvakangogara zvichitaurwa for the longest. So it's not hadzisi news nyowani dzekuti vanhu titi hanzi Chamisa should not be asked kuti accountability. Pana speaker vautotaura right now ataura kuti Chamisa after my elections akati kuchauya chakati, SADC ichauya, SADC comes and pass, akati okay kuchauya wakadai chadai mapapers akadai zvichazodai. Nothing happened until today. Until today as we speak, he never spoke to the people. Isusu streamer followers Chamisa inini is right now as I'm speaking, I followed Nelson Chamisa for the longest, and actually this is our president indeed. But you come to a certain point able to not but is this guy the real person watakamirira kuti ati lead? Ukatarisa for example Donald Trump, as I learned Donald Trump had to come to a Twitter space, and I attended that Twitter space. Akawayana mask and stuff. Himself sitting down, engaging with the people. So our president, is he that big he cannot engage with the people, especially when important things like now is the right time that people they need him. But is it difficult for him to just come and say, okay guys, I heard you, this is what we've been doing behind the scenes, we heard you, the way forward is this ABCD. The ambiguity did not work, but we have this in place so that we can all have a direction. We are going this way. That's what people are crying about. It's not like we are crying Chamisa should be our own savior. People are just saying, just come to us, talk to us. Then we know where we stand as citizens. Then we can move on. If you don't want to continue as our leader, it's fine. Someone else who can just emerge. But at least taita conversation. We have said something together. It's the same way at time we rally and so forth, which engage and one. You get what I mean? So that's all. But the issue here is island. The issue here, land and stuff and so forth. We just have to give it time, guys. As we go, let's just be good listeners. So slowly, it starts like this, but at the end of the day, the truth will come out. Thank you so much, Ango Gerard.
And thank you very much, Mkoman. Ndinotenda for your presentation. Can I bring in Mangisi Elvis, please take the mic.
Thank you. Am I being heard?
Oh, loud and clear, my brother. Please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I need to apologize because I have a credit for you that I need to process through. I will process it.
You don't need to apologize, my
Yeah,
brother.
I will process it. Yeah.
No, don't.
Then as I move on, yeah, we need to acknowledge that we have a crisis of direction and purpose. As a people in the nation, I think we need to come to a point whereby we agree that we are in a kind of a conundrum whereby we don't know what should we do? What is the way forward? The country is burning and everything is in tatters. All evidence is pointing to a situation whereby we know that we no longer have a parliament, we no longer have a government, and the whole matter as it stands, it's really pathetic. You cry every day, you cry every night. You can't reason properly wherever you are. You try to think, but you can't. because the situation that we've allowed to prevail is a situation of directionless. We need to come out with the direction. We need to come out with the purpose of saying, okay, this is the situation. We can talk about Chamisa, we can talk about the government, we can talk about that, but we need to come out to a point whereby we say, this is the situation that's prevailing in the land, in the country. What's the way forward? How do we move forward from this situation? Because we need to have a solution at the end of the day. What are the
Right.
proper steps for us to take so that we move forward? Because what is needed at the end of the day is a solution to this crisis. And as I look into it, I don't want to blame anybody. I do not want to say this and that is done, this and that. We've been all complicit to this situation. In as much as we're on this space, we're here because we think we're here on this space because we evaluate the situation. We are here on this space because we try to find a solution. But at the end of the day, do we have that solution? Have we come, if our senses or our conscience come to a point where we say, let's move forward in this direction without blaming anyone, without blaming, be it Chamisa, without blaming. You see, when the Gaza revolution came about, it was about highlighting to us that we have a crisis. But at the end of the day, there was no proper solution proffered as to how to
Right.
take it forward.
Masoja ari kuseri uko mukoma ari kuzwika stereke. Mafeature leaders edu ari kuseri uko ari kutaura tikanzwa stereke mukoma.
Okay, I've stopped them. So it's like what
Right.
I'm saying, Zima TV. So it's like I was trying to say, let's try to come out with a situation whereby maybe we can have another angle, Gerard, to say, so what's the way forward at the end of the day? We might talk, we might accuse one another, we might accuse the situation, this and that, but what's the way forward? We need a solution. We need to move forward. We need to resolve the Zimbabwean crisis. Because at the end of the day, if we don't resolve it, where will we be? We'll be suffering, we'll be crying at the end of the day. Wherever we are, I myself am in the doctor, but I'm crying. I'm suffering. I'm not in a situation where I'm saying life is good for me. I'm suffering. Everyone is suffering. So what's the way forward? We need to find a solution to our crisis. Should we allow whatever is happening? Because so far we've been given the information, we have the evidence that there is no parliament to talk about. So the 2030 idea, if it comes to parliament, we have already have evidence that it will pass through parliament. And if it is going to pass through parliament, and even if it is to go to a referendum, how are we going to stop the referendum? Because if we have been failing to ensure that there is a free and fair election, how are we going to ensure that the very referendum will be free and fair? These are realities that we are facing. These are realities. We need to prime ourselves and to say to ourselves, guys, this is the situation. We are faced with a trouble here. We are faced with a crisis here. A crisis which must be solved. I don't know the solution, but I think as we move forward, let's try to say, how are we going to stop this menace? And how are we going to provide a solution? Thank you.
Anditi, thank you very much, Mkoma Ndinotenda. Right. Can I bring in Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe 24/7. Please take the mic. Zimbabwe 24/7, are you there?
Mkoma James, listen.
Mushe Makasimbere Mkoma.
mushe. Ndoda kuti noona mukoma jedza upo anonyepa zviri hanzi zviri very legendary. Unoona nyaya this thing land and stuff and yakatanga how it was on some few days pakatanga nenyaya yanditi vakauya akati kudii pana akauya nestori yake akati kune 80 or 70 or 80 MPs then ACCC akati is it 7 or 6 akabuda paspace. I think he were running the space the whole day. Akadzoka akati hai now ndane list akashedzera akati okay ndapuwa list then I'll come with the names opposition because ndo wandiri more worried nawo. Then he came back ane list yake ndiye akamenshina vana Nyandoro mukadzi ari kutaura nezvake. I don't know, but there's somewhere pakaita respond yakamboitwa naanzani Richard Tsvangirai handiti. Yes, akauya pana pabhegi patwitter paspace same space again akati Tsvangirai ndapuwa maaudios ake and stuff and it's a lot. Vakawandisa vanhu vacho MPs acho akawandisa ACCC. And I can't mention my names because I don't want to mess up with my careers. Why would you protect you and Wakadaro? Then you go in public and fight in Chamisa leader.
So okay, help me understand where the lie is.
No, I'm still pumping. All
right, okay.
Kuti andisida kuti nitaure mazita avo because haana mazita. Same applies nenyaya yaMutsvangwa. He lied to us. Today he came back trying to clean it. Achitaura kuti munhu akandiudza hana ati kudii nezita futi ati I don't want to disclose zita remunhu because of what hapana zviripo because angaona kuti akanyepa futi. Mazvaona. Then tauya that letter mambo verenga tsamba yemukadzi uya yanga yakanyorwa sei. Mukadzi uya ataura kuti she mentioned kuti hope yevanhu vari kukutumira information about me, vanhu veku-opposition, my enemies in opposition, vandisina kumbotadzira and stuff, handiti ndo zvaanyora. Akati, do you know what these people are doing? Achitaura vanhu veopposition ivavo, ma-MPs handiti. Akataura zvema-corruption iri kuitwa naJoanna Mamombe. Then hope ati akaudzwa nani nezvezita raNyandoro kuti akaenda kumeeting yestand nhasi. Ataura kuti ndakaudzwa nesosi yake from the government.
Yes.
Saka mukadzi aizoresponda vana Joanna Mamombe how? Vaizopinda sei because it seems mukadzi pa statement ranyorwa nemukadzi it seems ma MPs opposition ndo vakaudza hope according to what she said. Mambo verenga mukazwisisa ndini. Mukoma Jades, are we together?
No, because so far you're moving in a chronological way of the way but I'm trying to find out where the lie is. Which lie are we talking about?
Ndakudza Chris Mutsvanga, did you get the lie? Kuti akanyepa kuti Mutsvanga akaenda out achinyepa. Then today he came and trying to clean because akanzwa vanhu akutotaura kuti aiwa shamari unonyepa. Akutaura kuti aiwa akazoenda pagedhi rendege stuff and munhu akandiudza I don't want to mention the name because hapasina proof kana asingachamention the name again, which is a lie again. Then kana akuzouya netsamba yaya mukoma yadraftwa naHope for mukadzi wayo and I think kwaari mukadzi wayo she's regretting kuti why did she did that. Mukadzi uya kutotambwa naye because that tsamba it doesn't make sense kana Hope akaudzwa nesosi yake government kuti mukadzi uya ari involved panyaya dzemastand, then that later come and attack ma MPs ekuTCC. Masona, then now they try to drag in Zitara Chamisa in because he's a man of interest kuna hope Masona. Saka in my stories are hope I don't believe anything that comes.
Angoma, the lie in any Panyama stands up, lie papi, because let's forget about the young
No, the lie.
because if you look at what he posted about Mutsangba, he said with his me what this information. And I said, just to be short. He's a journalist.
He's a liar.
No. Inini. I get information from people. And the notice of my source angle. Saka, you want me to come in and divulge here? Why should I do that?
According to Tamba, you're running cards.
To understand. Could lie papi?
Hope out of Taka Udzaneshi, Nesos from the government today, Paspacino. Mkazi yawe apaleta kutaura kuti vanhu vakakuudza ari kuvamenshena mazita. So now do you see kuti pane something fish there? And mukadzi uya achimenshena then bringing in zita raChamisa panyaya dzema 40,000. You see kuti even mukadzi uya you find out that statement atoudzwa kuti chinyora zvakadai.
Saka murudi hopo ndiyamuudza kuti ngenyora zvakadai.
Obviously, because munhu anga achidiwa paya pahasi ma-MP, munhu ari kutodiwa paya ndiChamisa.
Uyu mukadzi uyu ari kutaura kuti Joanna Mamombe and Denford Ngadzore are busy tweeting as if they stand for the people.
No,
did
go
they
to
tell
the
you
first.
how many wetlands how many wetlands they've allocated themselves? So are you saying kuti zoni that is where you are getting your information kuti muti hopo ari kunyeba?
No, pekutanga. Azomenshena mazita pasi pekutanga statement rake pamusoro.
Iye mukadzi uyu?
Yes.
Because uyu mukadzi uyu ataura kuti dear hopo, I see you have been given my name several times by political enemies whom I have not heard in any way. So you are saying kuti ndipo pamuri kutaura apa kuti izvo haana kupirwa nemasources ake ari kutaura, but these are the people ava vanhu ma-political enemies akapa hopo information.
Yes. Then hopo this space ataura kuti information about that woman yakabva kusource yake from the government. I was expecting kuti mukadzi uya aizobuda achiataka government because ndiyo yapa information about hey kuna hopo. You understand the point yangu?
No point I see where you're coming from, but I'm just struggling, to.
No, that was a build up to build a story to bring in Chamisa. This guy, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes, that's why sometimes this guy, I don't believe everything that he says because I don't know if you guys believe, but Hopo is the liar. And akanyepa anovhavhara kuti my sources can't disclose, then unenge wasara neside rake.
Yeah, but the only sources are sure kana inini masources inini disclose mukoma aibaba nditambisa nyango kana mimi mukauya chacha kuinbox mukati kwangu jet machoda rei I won't disclose you.
Aiwa kune ma-characters ekuzobhiliva ka asi character yakadayo kuti pazopinda sezita raChamisa pama-40,000 unoona the way mukadzi yapa angachifekera zita kuti si kuti zita iri kutopfekera
manzwa mamwe ma-audios emukadzi here.
Aiwa handina kumboza. I was dealing with the letter chete because ndangoverenga tsamba chete.
Alright. Anyway, kana akazosevesa ndinge muchazoteererawo ma-audios munyaziziva kuti zvinhu zvakamira sei. But anyway, I hear your point. I hear where you're coming from. I hear you. But what I'm struggling in piecing together, where the lie is.
No, this story is a created story. It's written the Hopo say that letter is Hopo.
Ndiyanyorera Bridget akati Bridget iwo chena unoposta
Obviously, the man of interest is Chamisa here. Forget about the MPs and stuff, because today we spend the whole day not talking about Tichi in Ireland. Chamisa, Chamisa that, Chamisa. And we're busy talking about land, but after then he diverted the whole story. We are no longer talking about land. Chamisa this, Chamisa that, Chamisa this, Chamisa that.
But you do understand with this Zoni, Hopo was not the first speaker to bring up the issue at Chamisa. That I give Chamisa this, Chamisa that, Chamisa that, Chamisa this, Chamisa this, Chamisa this.
Hopo is the source of information. Nyema stand the stuff. We're expecting to hear more from him about Nyema stands and stuff. But he came with the Chamisa issue, Chamisa that, Chamisa that. Then the other thing again, to say Chamisa should anoint somebody. Morgan Swangira yaka anoint and Koma James. Exactly. That's the problem that these people are not camping up at Twitter on each other. They think it's Twitter and doing it even. Man, kwa background in Koma James, let me tell you.
Right.
That's why during the campaigns, that's why I want to Chamisa Chiraram roads. So you don't just come out, I want an anointment from Twitter, then people follow you. As we speak now, in my rural areas, people they don't know somebody announce the hope until he has to land, then it's not that Chamisa I'll go support this person, then people they look at the track record, then the moon and associate on the ground.
Right. Ground indori neyese tirikuedzawo nemaspace atinoita kuti vari paground wovanzwisisewo zvimwe zvinhu zvinenge zvichiitikawo, but ground ndokune vanhu mukoma. I don't disagree with you, right there.
Exactly. I want to go out panyaya gezama few days that right. Gezai. These same people are against Chamisa and push my agenda. Some will come to our cinema group say from MDC and then changes it according to what is happening and the WhatsApp group. They will come and join. When they come to join, they pretend that it's like Tufamba now. They came to our group and hey, let's go on the street. Then they said, guys, it's super now, but we are not doing this. We are here for change. Yeah, you don't talk. Then they will start fighting. That's when we see, these are not our people. They will start insulting.
Sometimes when we start you're asking people to come in and react, and you cannot really control, or you might not know what that person is going to say. Or what you can do is listen, and if there are any points that